Hello, assalamu alaikum, Shakil. How are you?
वालेकुम अस्सलाम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू। कैसे हैं ब्रदर अदनान?
Very good, very good. Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
So we did actually together we did that lab for load balancing. It worked fine, alhamdulillah.
Uh-huh. So
Uh,
who else worked with you on this?
Me, Atif, and Ajmal, and I think Riaz was there. We all
Oh,
together
wow.
just did it.
Excellent, excellent. So internal or external?
That we don't know. We
Uh-huh.
just did it. We
No, I
just did
mean,
it.
it was a public IP address, accessing public or the local IP address?
The machines were in the subnet, and then load balancing created an external public IP address.
Okay, okay. So that is external.
Yeah, but the machines were not having any external IP. They were having only private IPs.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So that is what load balance is for. But I mean, it's a great job because load balance is not easy to configure.
Alhamdulillah, we just worked out together.
Okay, okay, that's good.
But I mean, it's good. Like if when you give a lecture, that makes a difference. So you can just brief it about. Then it'll be great.
Sure, for sure.
Oh, brother Adnan, I think you should keep us giving us the labs. The way you scenarios you keep giving us, that makes us make it think about it, and then maybe do some studies and then do the lab. That makes us do something.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. In Azure, it's because there are so many services and the way they are connected. So it's just a practice that makes, I mean, especially in Azure, I mean, they say that practice makes a man perfect, but
That's true.
especially in Azure, because there are so many things. So
Hmm.
what I do, even nowadays, I sketch it on a paper that what I am going to do, how many VMs will be there, how many VNets, how they are connected,
Hmm.
which services in the VNet, and the NSGs and ASGs. So
Hmm.
before going into Azure, I sketch even a simplest network and then go into Azure.
Yeah, I think that's a good practice. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's the only way you can remember so many cloud services, and especially nowadays it's hybrid cloud and plus
Yeah.
the on-premises. So
Hmm.
the diagram gets very complex, and in even in the real cloud, it gets more complex.
Hmm. Hmm. Even that Bashan thing now, we figure out, like before we used to think like maybe we have to create a machine and through that we have to go through it. But now I
Hmm.
think the Bashan works out like in the subnet, you just add a Bashan subnet, and even all the machine in the subnet are like only private IPs. You don't even need to have any machine with the public IP, and we can work out. We can
That's
connect to
true.
machines.
That is true. And that only comes with practice. So
Yeah,
the thing that you told me, it cannot be, you cannot attain this by just concepts.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, understanding concept is one thing, but Bashan especially, I mean, this is just one simple example, because Bashan, you have to implement it to understand it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Ajibin, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. I hope you're doing good too, with
Yeah,
no long
alhamdulillah, doing
hours.
good.
Yeah, okay. I just had a question.
Sure,
Yesterday
please
we
go
were
ahead.
doing this lab, right? So what happened was I created everything, but in the end, the Bashan didn't work.
Okay.
So
Okay, so do you remember your scenario? Did you create the VM first or the Bashan first?
we created the load balancer first, and then the same scenario like we were doing in the class, right?
Okay.
Yesterday, I mean, sir, yeah. So that scenario. So we created the load balancer first, then we created the virtual machines, then we created the VNet. We added the virtual machines in the VNet, and then we created the subnet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Uh, so, so the issue was about the Bastion, or was it about the load balancer?
It was Bastion. It was saying me the Bastion failed to load.
Okay. Okay. So the concept for Bastion is that you can create Bastion first, or basically it's a service that works with a specific subnet. So were you able to create the subnet for this as well?
Yeah, I created the subnet, and then I created the Bastion Azure Bastion subnet as well.
Okay.
Then I went to the virtual machine and tried to do Bastion. I configured it there, but then it didn't load.
Okay. Okay, so I would say just try it one more time uh, on your own following the video. If not, then after this lecture, or I can work with you on this. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to understand, like, this issue, it is like it happened because maybe I made some mistake, or does it happen?
No, not necessarily. Probably you've done all of the right step. You were following the video, or maybe you're following the document. But sometimes, because of the internet, sometimes because you know how you are accessing the Bastion, you're accessing it from your home, a machine that is over the internet. And then within the internet, there is another subnet, private subnet that is inside Azure. And from there, you're connecting to the machine using private IP address. So there are many moving parts in there. So sometimes due to internet, any services, maybe it might not work. So especially in the test environment, what we do, try recreating it. So normally we troubleshoot that what is the issue, but most of the time we just recreate it and then try and seeing it. So did you try doing that a few times?
No. I just tried it once, and then when it was not working, so
Yeah.
I just followed the rest of the lab we were doing, and then I deleted
Okay.
everything.
Okay. Okay. So so try it one or two times again. It should work. It should. I mean, Bastion is a simple concept, and they made it simple in a sense that there are not too many moving parts like load balancer. In load balancer, there are many things that needs to work before a load balance is successfully installed. But Bastion is like there is just one subnet where you connect to, and that is using port 80. And yes, port 80 needs to be allowed as well. So sometime everything is fine in within the security network security group, the port is not allowed at some level. So that might be an issue as well, because Bastion doesn't work on 3389, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I mean, if you face any problem with that at the end of this lecture, we can work on that together. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I will retry it once more and see if it works. Then it's good. Otherwise, I'll
Okay.
get back to you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazakallah.
Yeah, inshallah. So everyone, let's begin. It's so today's first of all, sorry for the last weekend. It was so sometimes within 3 to 4 weeks, I have to be on call for one of my projects. So sorry about that. So any other question before we start?
Yeah, there was a question about SKU when we were creating the balancer. What is SKU here?
Okay, so SKU, if I can show you, it's basically it's a pricing tier. So you can, when you're creating the load balancer, there are two types of pricing tier. There is standard and there is basic. So between standard and basic, there are a difference of features. So it's just like you're buying a silver service or you're buying a gold service. So that's the only difference. Otherwise, I mean, when you select like standard SKU, creating a load balancer, that means that you need to have a standard public IP address. So you cannot have a dynamic IP address. In a basic SKU, you can get a dynamic IP address, which means that you don't have to pay for the public IP address upfront because it's a basic service. And in the basic service, you can have only like 300 instances. And in standard service, you can have like 1,000 instances within the load balancer. So SKU, wherever you see, and it's not only with the load balancer, it's with other services as well. It's basically pricing tier that so what are you paying for this service? Number one, and number two is that how many features you are going to get. Okay. Okay, everyone. So we have come a long way understanding all these services. So I'm going to bring up the slide here. Let's quickly review what we have covered so far. So we started with understanding computers, cloud computing. We went into, so right from the start, so within the cloud computing, we understood that there are public clouds. So I'm just going to write acronyms. So there is public cloud, there is private cloud, and there is hybrid cloud. And then there are different type of services that are being offered within the cloud, which is starting from IaaS, then PaaS, and then SaaS. So there are many services that are being sold by Microsoft and AWS and GCP as SaaS services. And one of the services that is most common nowadays is like Office 365. So all organizations and their emails are being migrated to Office 365 using a SaaS service. And other than that, OneDrive is a SaaS service, a Google Drive is a SaaS service. So all those services are SaaS services which are made easier for the end user. So this is basically for the end user so that they don't have to worry about the technology, they don't have to worry about the infrastructure. Whereas IaaS and PaaS, these both services needs to be administrated first in the cloud level, and then they can be used by the end user. So, and then starting with Azure, we started understanding subscriptions and resources. We know that can be managed by resource groups. So within a resource group, we created different type of resource groups so that they can be managed based on the pricing. So we can, I mean, you can collect all of the similar resources under one resource group. And working with a resource group is like working with a group. So you can set up the resource group based on your departmental settings, your location. So all of the, let's say all of the Canadian resources can be part of one resource group, and so on. And then subscription is basically used for billing purposes. And on top of subscription, we know that there is a management group, and then we can, so the flexibility among management group, subscription, resources, resource group is that you can kind of group them and make them in hierarchy in any manner you like. Then we started understanding compute resources. One word for compute resource is VMs, virtual machines. And so I'm going to go through the diagram here. So then we implemented a VM availability set, backup of a VM, monitoring, and then we started talking about storage. And within the storage, we so all the actually four major services, which is container service, and then we have a file share, queue and tables, and then all of the other services that are attached to this. Then other than that, we started talking about networking. Within networking, we went through the infrastructure of the network, and then subnets, NSGs, ASGs, peering network. Then we discussed about app services and app service plans and app service environment. So So here in the VM, so these are the main services. I mean, there are many services. Every day there is a new service added to all of these cloud. Uh, Most recently, I've seen which service added. Yeah, container. They made some changes to the container and they changed the icon of the container. And so like that, so every time when you log into Azure, so don't be surprised when on the floor, if you're working with a certain service and you see a different icon, or maybe the way it is configured. So everybody understand, all managers, everyone is understands that the cloud is changing a lot, and you need to have that mindset of working with maybe a little bit different technology, but the main technology will remain the same. But sometimes the technology altogether change. For example, we used to use jump host, and now we use bastion. And so the key about bastion is to not to have the RDP session open to the public, because if the RDP session is open to the public, that's basically a port open out in the public, so that maybe the hacking services or hackers can get into. So this is like so bastion is altogether changed as compared to just a simple jump host service. So here on the slide, it all starts with a VM, and VMs, we can add extensions to the VMs. Extensions are like agents, like antivirus and all. And then we can have monitoring. For monitoring, we have Azure Monitoring within to monitor the agents. Azure Monitor is one service that you will find in all of the services. So storage, the same monitor service will be used. With networking, same monitor service will be used. But then you can enable some advanced services, like log analytics is advanced service, which you can go into more monitoring. You can go into more granular monitoring and then set up alerts for your environment. You can back up your VMs, and backup, for the backup, there is this backup service is used. There are two types of services in Azure that provides backup. Number one is Azure Backup Service. And number two, Azure Backup Server. So these are two different services. Azure Backup Service is like, Azure Backup Service is a PaaS implementation. It's a PaaS implementation, whereas Azure Backup Server is a IaaS implementation. So we need to remember that this is a PaaS implementation, Azure Backup Service. So with Azure Backup Service, when you back up a VM, it's only a backup of VHDs. So you can get a backup of VHDs only. It is not a granular type of backup. Whereas Azure Backup Servers is an enterprise level backup. So here.
एक मिनट, अंदाजा VHD से मतलब?
Yes. So VHD simply means that it's a backup of the hard disk of VMs. So which means that if we use Azure Backup Service and it's a PaaS solution, so only this will be backed up. So the OS disk will be backed up by this service. So what does that mean? That means with Azure Backup Service, you cannot have a brick level backup, meaning let's say I need to restore something from this VM. So this VM is completely crashed and I need to restore it. So with Azure Backup Service, you can restore this VM by restoring the disk. But what if I need to just restore just one file from this VM, just one file? So you cannot do that with this. Why? Because you'll have to restore the complete disk, and then from the disk, you need to restore that one file. What if this VM is like 1 terabyte in size, and it's a huge VM with everything inside these disks? So then you'll have to wait and restore, because restoring a 1 terabyte disk might take 1 hour or 2 hours, and then you can restore that one file. So this is why it's just a PaaS service that is provided, this is a cheaper solution that is provided if you don't have Azure Backup Server. In Azure Backup Server, you have all the enterprise level backup facilities. So you can back up the VMs, you can so this will give you a complete like a backup. If you've ever seen a backup service in a real environment, it's a complete console where you can see VMs, and then inside VMs you can see folders and files. So you can go into that software and you can restore one file at any time. So which means Azure Backup Server is an enterprise level backup, and it's a IaaS solution, which means that when you implement Azure Backup Server, you will have to install a VM. Inside a VM, you will install the backup server, which is basically based on SCDPM. So I'll give you an architecture. So if we talk about Azure Backup, yes.
One question, Adnan.
Yes.
Azure Backup Service, deduplication, these kind of features it has or no?
No, backup service won't have
No,
this.
server backup.
Server has all the enterprise level backup features. It has deduplication, and it has all of the features like brick level backup, and so it's an enterprise level solution, and it is based on SCDPM. SCDPM is System Center Data Protection Manager. So this is a Microsoft enterprise level backup. It is equal to any enterprise level backup out there, like Veeam Backup or Veeam.
Like Commvault?
Yeah, exactly. Commvault, Veeam Backup, and all these other backup solutions. Okay. So one more time on this. So with the backup, we can back up a VM in two ways in Azure. One is using Azure Backup Service, and the other way is Azure Backup Server. So Azure Backup Service, it's a cheaper solution. So this is for the organizations that cannot afford a full-fledged backup solution. For example, it's a small clinic, and they only have, let's say, maybe 5 servers. So for that company with 5 servers, I mean, it doesn't make sense to buy a complete backup server solution, but they need to have a backup, or maybe 10 or 20 servers. So for that, Azure Microsoft provides this type of service that is a simple service that you can schedule a backup, and every night these disks are backed up. And so for a small company, this solution is fine. For a large company, this solution needs to be architected. Okay, so Azure Backup Server, which is this one, Azure Backup Service or servers, in both cases, it's a service, and they all back up within the recovery vault. So we don't use a normal storage account. Everything will be backed up in the recovery vault. And the recovery vault is a place where you have a copy of these disks. So on one side, you have a storage account for all of the disks for all of the VMs. On the other side, you have these recovery vault where you have a storage. So you have 2 types of storage that you're managing in all of the environments. And then we have recovery, Azure Site Recovery, which is ASR, and we have discussed that we use it for 2 purposes. Number 1, DR, number 2, migrations. And for high availability, we use scale sets, and then we use availability sets. Scale sets can scale out automatically, can scale up, can scale in automatically based on the load on the server. The load can be checked by autoscaling, and how many types of autoscaling rules we can have. We can have autoscaling rules based on many services, including the CPU load or the memory load, or maybe due to URLs, certain type of URLs that can trigger the load, or it can be time based as well, so that it starts the start of the weekend and it automatically ends at the end of the weekend. So there are many, there is a lot of flexibility here. Then we have availability set, in which in availability set we can protect our VMs against hardware failure. Remember, fault domains, and then we have update domains. So update domains are there. And other than that, we have container service. And container service, so I uploaded 3 videos. I'm going to upload more. There is there is more to container service. I'm not sure that if anyone if of you were able to go through this. So once you implement a container in few ways, you will completely understand this service. So container is basically it's exactly like a VM, but here we don't. So here, instead of making 5 VMs, we can create one VM, and that one VM can have 5 applications. So this is why. So this is application number 1. This is application number 2. This is application number 3. This is application number 4. This is application number 5. They're all sitting in one VM. So then what is the advantage of a container? The advantage of a container is that especially when you're dealing with applications, the company wants to focus on application and not the infrastructure. So for that reason, they are more, and so this is one reason they want to focus on application and not the infrastructure, number one. And number two, when you don't have so many VMs, then there won't be an infrastructure overhead. So which means instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 VMs with their CPUs, with their memory, with their virtualization layer. So instead of 7 VMs, this can all be done with 2 VMs, and 2 VMs will have less load and more, and so that this will give more speed to the application. So that is the purpose of container service. Yes, please go ahead.
Is this for the just a testing, or just we can use it in a production?
No, this is used in production. So this is, containers are used in production by developers nowadays. And if you've heard of Kubernetes is a bigger concept. And this is for small implementation. And nowadays even container services is going away. So this is being expired, and this is all converted into Kubernetes.
So basically, it is for the release. The company that have many release, testing, and another release, production release.
No, it's not for that purpose. It is specially for applications. So which means, let's say Google Maps is one application, right? And what is the main purpose of Google Maps? Google Map, throughout the world, people use Google Maps to find a way to home. Now, Google Maps is an application that can be hosted either on a VM or it can be hosted in a container. What is the advantage of being in a container? That this application, once sitting in a container, it can move from environment to environment. For example, today this application is sitting in Azure. Tomorrow you can easily move it without any infrastructure overhead to AWS. So this container service is seriously being used within the market. And basically, because of this container service advantages, GCP, Google Cloud Platform, has become famous.
So Adnan, yes, you are saying I can move this block from the Amazon to GCP, just pick and drop, and it start working.
Well.
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's a good question. But it won't be that easy, but it won't be that complex as compared to virtual machines. So when it comes to migration, how many things that we need to take care of when migrating? For example, I'll just give you a very high level. Let's say only 3 VMs needs to be moved to a cloud. So how do you move the 3 VMs? First of all, we need to see that what is on this 3 VMs. We do a complete analysis of this VM. How many CPUs are there? How many disks are there? And other than that, what is their IP configuration? What is their networking configuration? Other than that, what is their security settings inside? So we record everything, each and everything. And then we think of migration strategy. So should it be a lift and shift, like you're just copying this VM from here and moving into the cloud right here? Should it be a lift and shift, or should it be side-by-side upgrade, or should it be should we go with a waterfall approach? Should we go with a Scrum approach and all that? So once let's say it's a simple lift and shift, that we need to take it and move it into a cloud. And then after that, there will be post migration as well. Same things we need to check, that after migration, disk is exactly the same, security is exactly the same, networking is exactly the same, and the disks are exactly the same. So my point is that migration involves lot of services, but in terms of containers, it's not that thing. So in terms of container, you're not dealing with so many VMs and their infrastructure in the background. Container is like exactly like a container in real life. So container in real life, it's a secure box, and in the box you are carrying either cars inside, you're carrying food inside, but that container moves from one country to another country in a secure manner. So this is exactly the same idea why they call it a container, that you can easily move it from one place to another place. So to answer your question, it won't be that easy depending on how complex the application is, because applications are of many types. It can be just a single application, or it can be a multi-tier application, like with a databases, with applications. So depending on how complex the application is, then that decides that should it be just one click and move, or should it be some planning. Obviously there will be some planning, but the difference is it won't be that complex, the VM's type of complexity.
You're talking about Dockers, right?
I'm talking about, yes, it all started with Dockers, and Microsoft implemented that approach, and GCP implemented that approach. Yes, Docker is the pioneer on this. Docker are about containers. So they,
and Microsoft using the same Docker product, right?
Yeah. All of them using Docker product, all of them. So they all are following Dockers, AWS, GCP, they're all following the Docker products.
Assalamu alaikum. So you're saying
Yes.
now we have to learn
Welcome.
Docker also, Kubernetes and
No, we don't.
okay.
So now Docker and Kubernetes, but we need to have this type of information about these. Now, so what is our role and what is developers' role? So there are two people involved in this with especially containers. So one is, let me get a different marker here. So one is we, which is Azure Architect, and the other one are the developers. So our main responsibility is to create a container and give it to the developers. And inside developers, they will work with Dockers, they will work with Kubernetes, they will work with the container inside the application. So that is not our responsibility. But our responsibility is to create a container for them, make sure the infrastructure has enough CPU power in the background, memory in the background. Otherwise, it's the developer's responsibility. Okay. So, and then we spoke about app services within app services. So, and the cloud services and service fabric. So there are these other platform as a service, but they all involve virtual machines. We have serverless computing, which is logic apps and functions. I will be loading some, sharing some videos, lab videos for these as well. But these are basically for batch processing. This is for workload. I mean, how many places would you see logic app and function app? So these are the parts that are working in the background. So which means when you do auto scaling, we all know what auto scaling is. That as soon as the CPU load reaches 70%, it will add a new virtual machine. So basically in the background, it is using functions. So there is backup is using functions in the background. So these are the services that are being used, and they are being used in the background, all of them. But sometimes you can use them for your own purpose as well. For the security, we have Security Center. We still have to cover that. We have Active Directory. We have Key Vault for all of the security services. So exactly like that, we also went through a storage account, and storage account, it's simple. It starts with the 4 important services. Number 1, the container. And this container is different from the container we just discussed. This is a container. This is, you can say there are 4 types of disks available within storage account. Now, why am I talking about the disk? Because when you go to a computer store and you're buying a notebook, then they will offer you 2 types of disks. So they would say, are you interested in HDD or are you interested in HDD? HDD gives you a fast speed, but it is more costly. Whereas HDD is it's like a traditional drive. It's slower as compared to, we can say it's a lot slower as compared to SSD, but then it is cheaper as well, and it can work. It can, I mean, it can work as a disk in a laptop as well. So a normal user cannot distinguish between HDD and SSD. A normal user meaning a user who is basically just using a laptop for Word, a user who is just using a laptop for Excel, and then these documentation, that user won't feel a difference between the two. But a technical person who's working on networks, who has to run 4 or 5 VMs, or maybe a very busy database within a laptop, that person would definitely know the difference. So exactly like that, there is container disk. So I'm going to call this a disk, but it's not called a disk. Just for understanding, there is a container disk where you can store everything within the storage account. Then there is archive disk. So archive disk is basically a cheaper disk, and so you can store everything that you have stored in a container. You can also store that in a archive, but the difference is read and write response. So here we can create, so basically this is for the data life cycle management. So all the data that you're not using for the last 6 months can be moved into archive. And then so that your company has to pay less on the storage. If you don't use archive, that is up to you. By default, it is not enabled. Everything is stored within this within Azure container. So there are 2 types of disks are these, and then there is a third type of disk that is known as file share.
Adnan?
Yes, please go ahead.
So for the, if we don't move for the 6 months, do we have to manually or create some infrastructure to move into archive disk?
No. No. So this will be done automatically. Once we start this service, this will be done automatically. For example, if I go into, let's say, storage account, we'll just create a simple storage account here. And so I have a storage account. And this is a strange name, storage account. Okay, I hope it's not a virus. I've not seen a virus in cloud though yet. Okay, so this is a storage account, and within this storage account, if I go down to life cycle management, it's here somewhere. Okay, it's not here. I think I'll have to create and this is it a storage account? This is a standard storage account, LRS. Yeah, this is a storage account. And why is it not acting like a storage account? Okay, so container. So I'll go into the container and I'll create, oh, so there are containers too. So if I go inside a container and so you see, I mean, there are so many things that even when you're working day to day, you still have to look for it. Okay, so what am I looking for? I'm looking for life cycle management, and I'll change that to images. And it is, so it will be, yeah, so it should be within the storage account. I think I'll have to create another storage account and then we can see it. So basically, just to answer that for now, to answer your question, no, we don't have to manually do it. We just create a rule. I think there is a video on this as well. So we just create a rule, and then after that rule, it automatically starts moving data based on your own requirement. That 6 months old data or 3 months old data or maybe 1 year old data needs to be moved into archive, and or you can even delete that data as well.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
We were given a lab on container, right? So we have implemented the storage account container.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because we just discussed two type of containers, right?
Okay. Yes. So there are two types of containers. No, I've provided both type of labs. The storage container and also the other container as well, the VMs container. Okay. So you can check, and it is in the WhatsApp group. So I actually shared that last night. So, and it was your early morning. So you guys can check that out.
Okay. So
Okay.
the latest one is the container, which is with the VM outside, and the previous one we have done with deploying the app services and all that. Container is the
Exactly.
storage account container.
Yes, so that was just a disk container. And whereas the container service that includes container instance and container registry, that is different. Okay. So here, I mean, this is why I like Google search, and everyone likes Google search as compared to Bing search, because it gives you that directly whatever we are looking for. So here, when you do a life cycle management in a blob storage, you can start with, so there is a hot tier, which is expensive. Then you can create a rule that after 90 days, it should move into a cool tier. And then after 120 days, if nobody, so this is like that, that's a file that nobody is touching that file. So nobody's using that file. So it will be moved into a cool tier, which is cheaper. And then from there, it will be moved into an archive tier where after 180 days, and after these days, it will be deleted. So that's a life cycle management. And this is how automatically this is configured by such rules. So you can create these rules within life cycle management. And then, so based on this, so you don't have to move it manually, because in large organization, data that you're dealing with goes in terabytes, like 70, 80, 100 terabytes. Okay. Uh, so within this, we have a storage account, then we have file share, then we have queues for just for messages. Then we deal with tables for structural data. These are simple table, no SQL tables are there. Now, if your question might be, which services are mostly used, which services on day to day we deal with. So with queues and table, we don't deal with day to day, but containers and file share, you will deal with more often. This is exactly like in your laptop, you deal with the D drive, where you have personal data more than a C drive. So C drive is an operating system. You don't deal with that every day. It is automatically maintained. So exactly like that, queue is automatically maintained and table is automatically maintained.
Okay.
Okay.
Adnan, I think we should take a 10 minutes break because it's Salah time. Please.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Why not?
Only 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. That's fine. So
Adnan, what is the today topic?
Yeah, today I'm getting to that today's topic as well. Today's topic is databases and, if possible, Active Directory, both.
Okay.
Okay. So 10 minutes break, everyone.
Just give me 1 second, keep yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
जी सलाम अलैकुम भाई।
जी वालेकुम अस्सलाम। Yes, Atif,
कैसे
how
हैं
are you?
आप?
Very
I'm
good,
good.
very good. I'm good.
वो मैंने क्वेश्चन एक पूछा था, मिला आपको?
Yes, I just saw the
मुझे
question.
जो है ना एक चीज मेरी समझ में नहीं आ रही, ये जो 5 साल का एक्सपीरियंस मांगते हैं, ये क्या करें? वो अप्लाई करने के लिए तो ये 1 साल 1.5 साल बंदा कर लेता है, 5 साल कहाँ से लेंगे?
हाँ देखें, 5 साल का एक्सपीरियंस इसलिए मांगते हैं कि बिल्कुल ऐसे ही है जैसे आपके पास एक नई गाड़ी है तो आप किसी नए मैकेनिक के पास तो नहीं जाना चाहेंगे, ठीक है ना?
हाँ
वो तो
बिल्कुल
एक
बिल्कुल।
एक लॉजिकल सी बात है।
जी बिल्कुल।
तो आपका क्वेश्चन ये है कि 5 साल का एक्सपीरियंस कहाँ से लाएं, राइट?
क्योंकि जब
सो
तक आप वो 5 साल पूरे करेंगे तब तक टेक्नोलॉजी चेंज होती शुरू हो जाए। अभी जैसे कोई सिनाप्स आया है, इसका वो डाटा लेक का जो है, ये तो रैपिडली चेंज हो रही है
no,
टेक्नोलॉजी जो
for
है।
sure, for sure. You know, the thing is, so we discuss that after the lecture?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we can discuss that at the end of this lecture.
Oh, okay, all right.
So everyone, welcome back after the break. So let's begin. So just before the break, Ajmal reminded me what is today's topic. Yes, today's topic is big as well. So I'm gonna cut short on this review, and we are going to review at the end of this training as well. So from here. The main purpose of the review is to refresh all of the services so that we remember that I know that everyone remembers because we keep on repeating the same services again and again, understanding. But at the start of every lecture, like 10-15 minutes reviewing this will definitely help understanding all of the newer services. So within the storage account, we have these 4 important services, which is container, file share, and queue and table. And there is archive as well. Now that we understand it is part of the life cycle management. Other than that, within the storage account, we store the disks as well. And then we can also leverage the same storage account working with ASR, which is Azure Storage Recovery, to basically take image of the servers that are physical servers on premises and move them in the cloud. We have Store Simple service as well, working as a SAN solution. So if you don't want to manage SAN on your physical network, on your physical data center, you can use Store Simple service and get a storage account, and then you can use that service as well. There is Data Box service where you can move tons of data from your on-premises to Microsoft. This is like one-time sending of data, not like a Store Simple. Store Simple is a continuous service. Once you get a Store Simple service, it means that you are using a OneDrive, like we use OneDrive or Google Drive every day. So exactly in the same manner, the Store Simple is that service like OneDrive or Google Drive, whereas Azure Data Box is one-time service like a parcel service. We use courier service for that reason. So here, and then we can, as part of the storage account, we need to remember that backup data is not stored in the storage account, it is stored in the recovery vault. So other than that, we also should understand the concept of CDN within Azure. And these are all interview questions that they want to check the concepts on. So you can, if you're taking the notes, I would highly recommend that along with this lecture, keep on writing, keep on taking notes, because taking notes is not only for the future that you can open the document and you will go through it. No, when you write it, it goes in directly into the memory, and probably you don't even have to look at the notes. And probably after 2 years, if you look at the notes, that will refresh just by looking at one word, and everything will be refreshed. So for that reason, I would highly recommend taking notes.
Adnan, would you please repeat last 30 seconds, not the note one, before note one?
Okay, sure.
Please, thank you.
So yeah, so I was talking about storage account, and so going back in sequence for the last 30 minutes, I spoke about Azure Backup, Azure VM. For interview purposes, remember that the backup data is not stored in the storage account. Backup data is stored in the recovery vault, not in the storage account. So that is one thing. Secondly, I spoke about data box, which is one-time delivery of data from your on-premises to Azure in the storage account. account. Then we spoke about Store Simple. Store Simple is a continuous service. You just keep on paying as per use, as you go, pay as you go service, where it's like a OneDrive. So in OneDrive, you buy like maybe 100 GB for $4 per month, 100 GB for $4 per month, and this also goes with that how much storage do you need in Azure, that will replace. So what is it replacing on premises? It is replacing SAN on your premises. So if you don't want to get a expensive SAN in your on premises, and basically, so people who already have SAN in their data center on-prem environment, they won't go with Store Simple because they already spent on SAN. SAN is we all know that SAN is a expensive, fast, reliable storage. But then when they are when they are shopping around for new SAN, where they have to spend anywhere from 10,000, so this SAN can be costly as minimum 10,000 and goes up to 100,000 as well. So now they have cloud services, so they can use Store Simple. Uh, within networking is another very important component that we need to have it on our fingertips. So guys, always remember, as a cloud architect, I face that every day, and you will be facing that every day. Always sketch your network. Always sketch your network on a piece of paper. Always sketch your network on a piece of paper, in even interview. So in one of the interviews, when I went into the interview, he said, whatever you know about your network, draw it on that whiteboard. So there was a whiteboard within within that room, and there were these three people sitting there, probably one from the networking and one from the system side, and it was a cloud interview. So I had to sketch that. I had to sketch my network on the board, and the diagram was almost like this. I mean, what they wanted to see, that do I understand the concept of NSGs? Do I understand the concept of ASG? Do we understand the concept of external load balancer and internal load balancer? So guys, this is why this building block is so good. I didn't made it. I got it off the internet, but I liked it so much. And whoever made this, they also got it from Microsoft. Microsoft was also within their documentation this, but not presented in this manner. So whenever you're practicing, reviewing, going for interviews, look at this diagram as well. I will be reviewing that in more detail in another lecture. Okay, and we have app services plan. So app service, we know that it is a PaaS service. It's a complete PaaS service. So it's not an IaaS service where you have a web app, where you have a mobile apps, and then we have all other supporting services that work with the web app. So there is a full recorded session for this. So here we just need to remember that with web apps, we don't have to worry about the backend infrastructure. So everything is already set for us. We just need to host websites on this. So if you've completed the lab, you will be able to understand what we are talking about here. So I would say just complete all of the labs, maybe 2 or 3 times, once following the video and then without following the video, so that you should be able to go through within the lines. But maybe it might not happen the first time, but maybe in 2 or 3 times. Or if you're able to teach it to someone, working in a group, teaching it to someone, presenting it to your team, that will be awesome, excellent. Why? Because that goes into your long-term memory. So we have a backup service. So this is the app backup service, where you can back up the apps as well. And this is actually part of the app service plan. Once you go into the app service plan, you just need to enable this service, and it starts taking the backup. So the good thing about cloud is, everyone, that everything is a one click away. So you just keep on clicking, start using the service. But the bad thing about the companies is that it gets very, very costly once you start using these services. So this is where they do need experienced Azure architects or experienced Azure admins that exactly know, and they keep an eye on the bill as well, at the same time keep an eye on the use of services. So many times Microsoft won't let the company know that you're using too much services, and those services are not in use. So it happens at the end of the year, when they get a big fat bill, saying that you use that service and that service and that service. So this is where you need to keep an eye on. So you can just one click, you can use all these different services. So from this slide, traffic manager is important. Traffic manager is used to divert traffic from one place to another. You can remember with the word traffic manager. So if one region is not working, one site is not working, you can basically point it to another site that is working. The second one is CDN, Content Distribution Network. This gives a fast easy access to the web in different regions. So people in US can use the same your web app. People in Australia can use the same web app with the same speed because of CDN, and we know the concept. So here we have the same concept of automation and auto scaling, the monitor. We have the API management, because with web app, it's not only a simple website, it can be a complex website as well. So this is why API management is here, which means, take an example of ebay.com. ebay.com is a website, number one, but it's also an e-commerce website, which means that it has a payment gateway. So whoever goes into ebay.com, they buy their stuff and then they pay for the service, and that will be delivered. So you can see just in this three steps that you have three different services. You have courier service, you have a courier service, you have a payment gateway, and then you have the website itself. So for the website is a website. I mean, that is part of web app, but the payment gateway requires API. So payment gateway will be from another, maybe some bank. So this is where the payment gateway is an API. So this is an example of API management. And also the courier service, the courier service that is used to deliver the food, that's another API. So that's an API so API stands for application programming interface. So application programming interface. Other than that, if you have a web app that is connected to your virtual network within Azure, there are two ways to connect. ASE. What is ASE stands for? Type that in the chat window. And the second one is P2S and VPN. So what is P2S stands for? Right, type that in the chat window. Let's have some interaction, everyone. Let's not have it debate from me. It will be very, very boring if I just keep on talking and you keep on listening. So maybe you can use your typing skills. And so Sayed is saying API is a application processing interface. No, it's a application programming interface. It is. Maybe, no, it cannot be changed. I've been working with APIs like 15, 18 years, so I cannot get this wrong. I mean, anyone can make a mistake, but not, I mean, it's an application programming interface. So you have access to Google as well. If I'm wrong, please let me know. I can correct myself. What is ASE stands for, everyone? Please type that in the chat window. Okay, so Sayed got a definition. Very good. So guys, how many people are sitting in this training? Let's type yes in the chat window.
So Said is here.
Thank you. So Abdul is here, Ajmal is here, and Atif, Shakil, thank you. Okay, so now that we are about to take off, so within today's session, right here we have ASE. So I asked everyone what is ASE stands for, and I didn't got a reply, but ASE stands for application. This is app service environment. So this is app service environment. It's short for app service environment. It's a newer form of app service plan. It is exactly an app service plan, but it's a newer form with new features. Whereas what is P2S stands for? Okay, so we have Abdul, we have Ajmal, we have Atif, we have Shakil, we have Awais. Point to site. Thank you, Ajmal. And Okay. Okay, good. So, and then we have on-premises network. If you need to connect to the same web app by on-premises network, we can make use of hybrid connection. So hybrid connection is a service that you are avoiding all these paths. So you don't have to go through site-to-site VPN, then point-to-site VPN, then connect. With hybrid connection, you can directly connect to web app by using your on-prem network. Okay. So today's agenda is
ASE का बता दिया क्या? ASE?
right. Yes, ASE is Azure Service Environment.
Oh, I thought App Service Environment.
Sorry, I said Azure. No, yeah, it's right here. It's written right here. App Service Environment.
Yeah, App Service.
Yes.
What is a P2S?
P2S is point to site VPN. So this is so there are two types of VPN connections. Number one, site to site VPN. There is point to site VPN. Site to site VPN you can think of as a bigger pipe where everything is transferred from one place to another. Point to site VPN, it is a specific connection from one application to another. So there is an application. So point to site VPN is exactly a connection between two applications.
So the point to site, could it be one person on one computer as well?
Yeah, it can be. It can. So basically, it's a connection between computer to computer or point to point. So it's one application to your site. It can be, yeah. So one computer to another computer as well. Yes. Okay, but
What he mean is point to site. Like maybe a person is sitting at home and connecting to office. That point to site maybe.
Yes. So that was about to explain. Yeah, but point to site is VPN is not used in that context. I mean, it won't be used that if I'm a employee of an organization and I'm using VPN connecting to my office. So I mean, it won't be called a point to site VPN, but point to site VPN is mostly referred to application to your organization connection. So a pharmaceutical company connecting to hospital, that will be a point to site VPN. So it is used in that context.
Got it.
Okay. So guys, today's lecture is all about databases, data services. Today we will be talking about all of the different forms of databases that are different forms of database services that are used within Azure. Starting with, so this is just a quick reminder here that I know that by this time of the training, your subscription might have been expired and you might have to renew. You can get another, you can just, but if you, not renewing, maybe you need to kind of recreate your subscription by using another phone or credit card. Or as we discussed, you can go on to pay-as-you-go plan as well and just remove the resources at the end. Okay, so today we are going to talk about Azure Data Services. So Azure Data Services is basically, it's yes, please go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, but when are we going to get acquainted with the Active Directory? Is it
after databases?
After database, okay. So maybe this week or maybe next week?
No, this week for sure.
Okay.
And I was thinking we can complete that in 2 hours, and last 1 hour we start with Active Directory.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Yeah, okay. So guys, everyone, starting with the database. So first of all, what is a database system? A database system is basically a very simple definition. A database is a collection of tables. Database is a collection of tables. And how many of us already have worked on some sort of database? Please type that in the chat window that if you have an experience with databases previously. So a database, so databases, database. Okay, so I wanted to know that how many people know what is a database. Managemant said she's worked on database, and Ajmal, I know that is so worked a lot in IT. So when you work for a longer time in IT, definitely at one point or another, you've seen some sort of database. So we'll go through a very basic definition of a database to understand. Number one, database database is basically DB is a collection of tables. So very simple explanation. It's a collection of tables. And what is a table? Table is a collection of data that is formatted in the form of rows and columns. So in the form of rows and columns. So which means, let's say if we create an employee database, so I'm going to create a employee database. So employee table, and in this I can have a name of a person and I can have an age of a person. So let's say this person is Ali and age is 40. And then I can have, and similar like that, I can have all these different type of people. So I can have here John, and age is 30. So two people within this. So here we have rows and columns. So this makes a table, and many tables like this make a database. So this is one. And the secondly, you can also create a second table for employee timing, timing like a day shift or a night shift, and so on. Day shift starts from 9 to 5, and then night shift starts from 5 to 9 onwards. So this is a second table. So when we make these two tables in one database, we can call this is an employee database. So this is a database, very simple. But databases can get very, very complex. This is a very simple type of database, but how can databases become complex? Databases become complex for large organizations like banks. So banks, so they don't have simple data. I mean, we can think of our accounts are in bank, and in one user can have many different types of account. You have a current account, you have a savings account, and then other than that, you have a lot of other services, banking services. You have ATM service with them, and then you have in a local transfer and international transfer service. So this is related to just one person, and then let's say 100 services are given to one person, and then there are not one person, there are 100 people or maybe 100,000 people that are attached to this bank that are using these services. So how do they manage that? They all manage that using databases, and not a simple database, but they use it with RDBMS, Relational Database Management System. So, so this is Relational Database Management System. But the question is, do we need to have this level of understanding about databases? No, we don't need to have this level of understanding about databases, but we need to have these concepts. I mean, as much as you know, that is better. But if you have this much of understanding, so what is the minimum level of database understanding in order to work with the Azure environment? You need to have this level of understanding. Databases are collection of tables, number one. Number two is that tables are made up of rows and columns. Okay, so I'm gonna move that here so that will make more sense. This is not, so tables are made up of rows and columns. And what is in the rows and columns? It's the data. It's all about data. So there are these 4 layers that you just need to understand. So databases are made up of tables. Tables are made up of rows and columns, and rows have data. So this is just a general understanding. And for example, you need to take an example, and everybody knows that we have all seen this type of information everywhere, on the airports, on in the hospitals, in immigration system, they all use. And then this is a general example, and this is a real life example, that when you have to manage this complexity where you have one person has 100 services, and then there are 100,000 people using these services. So the way they manage it by using databases. Okay, so since now we do understand what is a database, it has data, and then data needs to be processed. So when we use our ATM card on one of the ATM machines, basically database is used. If anything goes wrong in the database, we won't be able to use ATM service. Why? Because the database is not giving us the right information. I mean, to start with, you're trying to get $100 out of the ATM card, and the database is corrupted, and so it won't give you that money because database is corrupted. So database is a very important component for any organization. So that's one thing. So databases are of two types. One is simple database, and one is RDBMS, relational database. Relational database. So this database that we are talking about today is basically an enterprise level relational database system. This is not a simple database. Simple database that we know, we have seen simple database as, I mean, we can use tables for a very simple type of this type of information where you don't have relations. So let's quickly understand what is the meaning of RDBMS. RDBMS simply means that when we need to create a report, or when I need to create a third table based on these two tables. So this is table number 1 and this is table number 2. Basically this is for the employee, and when I need to get a report of how many people are working in the night shift, so I can connect this database with this table. So I would say that if the ID of this person Ali is 1 and ID of John is 2, then here I would say that John is working, Ali is working in the day shift and John is working at the night shift. So I can create a report. So basically I created a third report by joining these two tables. So here I can say that Ali is night shift. Ali is basically based on this is day shift, and John is night shift. How did I get that information? I get that information by joining these two tables. So this is, I mean, because of the relationship between the two tables, and what is the relationship? This ID is the relationship. So this is known as a relational database system. And here, so here we know that, so because of this relation, we created that report. So you can think of how complex this database and this database relational system can go into when it comes to many services and many users. So having said that, this SQL is a Microsoft standard. SQL is a Microsoft enterprise level database system. So SQL is not SQL is so first of all, it's a relational database system. So I would say this is a relational DB system. Number one, so Sayed has also shared a definition. A database is organized into collection of structured information and data typically stored electronically on a computer system. Database is usually controlled by database management system. Yes. So SQL is a Microsoft database system, number one. So it's an enterprise level database system. When I say enterprise, it means that it is this database is being used by large enterprises for this serious type of data, which means that in the banks it might be in use, in the hospitals where they have serious patient and doctors and their operations, and all that information is stored in this database. So this is not a test dev environment database where you can, yes, it can be used with testing purposes as well, but this is a RDBMS system. It's an enterprise level database system, number one. Number two, it's not free, it is licensed.
The SQL database is different than the SQL language? Sorry, like might be.
No, it's the same thing. So this is a database, and the language that we use to fetch or read and write information is known as SQL. So structured query language, this is where the name came from. So that's you can think of SQL language as an operating system, and this is the hardware. So basically, this is the container. I mean, I'm not using the word container because we have already used it for two different services, and I'm using that in a very simple, soft definition. So I'm not going to use the word container. So this is basically a place where all this tables are stored, and the way you read and write is the language is known as SQL. That is structured query language. Okay, so the first thing that we need to understand, how much do we need to understand as being a Azure admin or Azure architect? We need to have this basic understanding. So who is responsible for this database? The people who are responsible for this database are known as DBAs. They are called database admins, and these people charge like I mean, they are really expensive people. Experienced database administrator is a very expensive resource for any organization. So what is happening in the database is not our business, but how to set up this database system for in Azure is our responsibility. We will set up a database, provide it to a DBA. They will do whatever they need to do with this database system. But if we have this level of understanding, the database is a collection of tables, and tables are rows and columns, and in the rows and columns we have data, and then this is an example of two separate tables, and then collection of these tables is known as a employee DB, and then in the banks we use all this information. This will be enough for understanding a database system. Now let's say, taking an example of exactly the same thing, we need to create a database for employee database. So first of all, we have how many services do we have within Azure? So Ajmal asked a question, can we set up SaaS SQL? SaaS SQL. I've never heard of SaaS SQL. So SQL basically comes in two different flavors, and I'm going to discuss that. So one is PaaS solution of database, and the other one is IaaS solution of database. Yes, so this is a PaaS solution, and so within Azure we have both type of services. Number one, PaaS service, and the second one is SaaS service. So I'm gonna write here. So in this case, let's say you are an employee of an organization, and your manager wants you to create a database within Azure. So your first choice will be single database. So we can go into Azure and create a single database. And once you create a single database, inside the database, we can create these tables. I can create an employee info table, number one. And I can also create another employee timetable. Second table. So basically we can create these tables into in Azure. Now, what is the second type of service that is available for database? So this is one solution, and secondly, we can create this database in the form of collection of databases, and that is simply known as the second type of database service that is available is known as elastic pools. Elastic pool. So elastic pool is basically a collection of exactly the same number of databases. So if in your organization you have you need 10 different type of databases, and I'm not talking about 10 different type of tables, but 10 different type of databases. So database 1, database 2, database 3, database 4. And why would you need 10 different type of databases? It's very common. One database will be for your finance department, the other one is for the call center department, the other one is for another department, and they all have different type of information. So if you need this type of database structure, and in normal large organization, there is a huge pool of databases. There are a lot of databases. We can create in Azure something called elastic pool. Now, elastic pool can have multiple databases inside, so it can have multiple DBs. What is the advantage? The advantage of this is that you don't have to buy CPU. You don't have to buy infrastructure just for one database. You can buy the infrastructure for you can buy a bulk of infrastructure. Let's say I bought, so I'm buying a service of 4 CPUs, number one, and let's say 32 GB of RAM. Now 32 GB of RAM, and these resources can be utilized for all 4 databases. So this database, and they are all sharing the same information. Instead of, so what is the other side? The other side is that I will create one database. It comes with its own one CPU, and the second database comes with its own 2 CPUs. So you're paying for the two databases separately. But what is the downside? The downside is that, let's say this database is only 10% used, and this database is let's say 40% used. So which means that you're wasting resources of 60% in here and 90% here. So instead, why can't we combine them all into one pool? So which means that we can instead of buying 10 CPUs for 10 databases, we can buy 4 CPUs for 4 databases, and then this can be utilized by whatever database can be. So if we ever need to have if we ever need to combine databases into to use the same resources, we can create elastic pool. Or if we need a separate database for each department, each application, then we can create single database. This elastic pool is used for smaller database implementation, and single databases are used for large implementation, which means that you have 10 smaller databases. They all can be part of elastic pool. And here you can see that here you can save a lot of cost on these smaller databases because they are not used in this. So two types of databases we have seen in Azure. Number one, we can create a single database and pay for that, or we can create an elastic pool and pay for that. The third type of database system is known as managed instance. So this is, so here this is, I'm going to call this, this is a database, and this is a database as well. So elastic pool, so one is single database, second is elastic pool, and the third is known as managed instance. So managed instance Managed instance is exactly the same database. Managed instance is exactly the same database, but it is a PaaS implementation of the database. So it's a PaaS implementation of the database. So which means that when I create a single database here, then I need to also, so there will be a logical server that will be created with this. So when I create a single database, there is an SQL server will be created in the background. So I need to manage the server, and I also need to manage the database. But let's say you go to a Microsoft and you say, I don't want to manage a SQL server in the background. So then you can buy something called a managed instance. Managed instance is a fully managed instance managed by Microsoft. So the infrastructure will be Microsoft's responsibility, and you can only, you should work with the database. So this is exactly all the three things are storing your data and tables. But here with a managed instance, this is a PaaS implementation. So I'm going to write it here. So this is a PaaS implementation, and this is IaaS implementation. So this is an IaaS implementation. So here you are responsible for the database and responsible for a server. So in the lab, in the lab, you will see that we can create both type of services. And in managed instance, you're only responsible for the database, and Microsoft will be responsible for the infrastructure. So the question from Ajmal is, first of all, this is a PaaS solution. Can we expand on elastic pools after this? Yeah. So can we expand the elastic pools? Can you expand on elastic pool? Yeah, for sure we can. So we can auto scale this as well. So if elastic, if this needs more resources, let's say there is a more load on this, you create auto scaling rules with this, and that can increase the number of CPU and can decrease the number of CPU. What about the
No, I think
fail?
Adnan is.
Yes.
I think the question is like, maybe if one particular solution we have taken as a pass, but like later we realize like, no, we have multiple database, and then we take an elastic. Can we merge that pass solution into elastic? That's something like that, I believe.
So you're talking about the question. Can you repeat that question, please, one more time?
what I feel with the question is like, you already have a PaaS solution, but now you're going for an elastic pool. Now you want to merge the existing PaaS solution into elastic pool. Is it possible? I think so.
No,
It
no,
should be
question
possible in
is
a way.
elastic pool is what solution? Is it a PaaS or IaaS?
Okay, yeah. So Elastic Pool is a PaaS. It's more of a PaaS solution because you don't work with the server in the background. Server will be managed by Microsoft. Okay, and once we create an Elastic Pool, I'll show you, and you will get the idea right from the lab. Okay, so guys, we have discussed three. We have discussed. So Elastic Pool, Ashar is saying it's an IaaS. So, okay, so document is saying it's an IaaS. I mean, I'm thinking practically that do we need to work with the infrastructure? Because when you create an Elastic Pool, a server will be assigned to this. So when you create a single database, a logical server will be assigned to this. So this is an IaaS solution. So, okay, so documentation is saying that it's a IaaS solution, not a PaaS solution. Okay, so that's fine. We can, and this can be auto scale as well. So guys, three things we have discussed so far. Within databases, there are three ways we can create a database. Number one is single database. Number two is Elastic Pool, which is a collection of database, and number three is managed instance. Now, before I move on to the next slide, I also want to discuss about purchasing model for these databases. So purchasing model. Now, in purchasing model, there are two types of ways we can pay for these services. Number one is known as DTU, and number two is known as vCore. Now, vCore based purchasing model is new. And DTU was an older way of paying for these services. So DTU stands for Database Transaction Unit. So Database Transaction Unit. So this is DB. DB transaction unit. Now, DB transaction unit is an older way of paying for these services. So this is basically a collective. So this was an older way, and this is a newer way. So first of all, this we need to understand, and this is Microsoft has to come up with this type of pricing model because many of the companies has a lot of issues with DTUs. Now, what is the issues that they have a DTU? In this, so when we go for DTU, this is a collective payment of all of the services that we used for the database, which means that when we go for a DTU, let's say you bought 4 DTUs. In 4 DTUs, you bought 4 units. It means that it will, so you'll have to buy a certain amount of CPU with 4 DTU and also the storage and also networking. So, and also the other supporting services that you are paying with the DTU. Now, the problem with DTU was that let's say if it is a small database and it's not using so much of CPU, but it's using mostly the storage and not using CPU, but you're still paying for that extra CPU that you're getting with this DTU. I mean, with just 4 DTU, it's okay. But what about if you're buying 200 DTUs? And in 200 DTUs, your mostly use of the database is only storage and not the CPU. So mostly you're using this database for just the storage of a database and not for the processing of that database. But you're still paying for that CPU that you're not using. So with DTU, the problem was this, and many organizations face this problem. So Microsoft came up with vCore solution. In vCore, you pay separately for each service. In vCore, you can say, since this database is like a warehouse database where I keep the data, but not that data is not used day to day. But okay, so before going into that, when we talk about data, this data is of two types. There is an active data and there is archived data. So active and archive. Archive data is something that is not used every day. Which means that this is the data that will be stored in your organization, and you're not running reports every day. Active data is on which you report. You're running reports every day. For example, banking data is everyday data, where you need to get a active report. So which means that the banking type of data, you need CPU and you also need storage. You would need both at the same time for an active data. But for archive data, mostly you just need storage, because this data is not. So for example, a banking, so a person with an account that was created like 50 years back, it's an archive type of data. It's not an active data. So in that, you need storage, you don't need CPU. So this is why DTU approach, which is still in use, is it doesn't sit with all, it doesn't sit good with all type of database requirements. So this is why Microsoft came up with vCore approach. In vCore approach, you can say, I need 2 vCPUs for this database, but I need 100 GB of 100 TB of storage. So this is, so we need to remember that there are 2 different type of pricing models here. Ajmal is saying, if I want different Iops for different databases, yeah. So once we go into the purchasing model, when we create a database, you can select different Iops for different databases. Now for everyone else, what is an Iops? Iops is basically, Iops is, so here, just like we need CPU, storage, and networking, we also have something called Iops, which is input, output. So this is Iops. Yes, it's just simply input and input and output. So this is basically read and write to the database. How fast read and write to the database you will. So basically, this is the speed. This is the speed of operation. How fast it will be to get data from the database and write to the database. Okay. So before moving on to this, moving on from this slide, let's understand one more time what we understood right here. So starting with. So starting with number 1, we understood the purpose of our database, number 1. So database purpose is exactly right here. We create databases to store tables, and tables have rows and columns, and then the rows and columns have data. And what type of rows and columns? Example is employee table. So we have one table with name and age, the other table with their shifts, different type of shifts, and then we can relate these 2 tables and create specific reports. So this is second thing, second example to understand. This is number 1, and this is number 2. Number 3 is we also discussed an example of a banking database. So in a bank, the database can get very complex, many services for one user, and 100,000 people are using the same services. You need a robust type of database system, and that robust type of database system is known as relational database system. How many types of databases are available in the world? Many types of databases are available in the world. Namely, there is, you've heard the name of Oracle. Oracle is basically that very expensive enterprise level database solution, and it's really expensive. Mostly in banks they use Oracle, but exactly like Oracle, Microsoft has SQL, which is this database system. But so this database is not used as in these sensitive places where you have millions and trillions of transactions happening. They use Oracle as their database system. Both are database system, but this one is specially designed for a complex database system. And SQL is also designed for complex database system, but mostly this system is not used for banking environment. This is more like of hospital system or simple applications, and even complex application, but not as complex as this. So bigger organization. So this is the third thing we discussed. Fourth thing, we discussed about relational database system, that there can be a relationship between the table and we can create them. Then fifth, started with understanding of databases. How many services are available within Azure? Number 1 is, number 1 is right here. So I'm going to call this a single database. B, multiple databases with elastic pools, and then their combined use of shared resources. And number C is, number C. So letter C is managed instances. So that was the third. These are the services that are available. From the same slide, we also discussed, which is right here, purchasing model. So this is number 4. So I'm gonna
Excuse
just
me.
make, yes, please go ahead.
If you're on the slide, I can't able to see the slide. Is it me or?
You're not able to see the slide?
I can see the
on
whiteboard. I can see your whiteboard.
Where's your whiteboard or on the is on the screen?
Yes, so actually I'm referring this to a slide.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
Actually, this is a slide and I'm using it as a whiteboard. Okay.
Got it.
Okay, so fourth thing that we discussed here. So I'm numbering this so that for whenever you review, whenever you're sitting in a group, just discuss that in this manner. You will remember this for a longer time. Okay, so 4 services we discussed here: a single database, multiple database, managed instance, and purchasing model. There are 2 DTUs and vCore. The problem with the DTU, remember this for interview purposes, that here you buy services in bulk. In DTU, buying services in bulk, but all services might not be used equally. You can relate this to a real life example, maybe where you have to buy a lot of services together, but not all of the services are in use. Some services just go wasted, but you're still paying for that. So Microsoft came up with a vCore approach, and once we create a database, we will see both type of scenarios and features. So the second slide is basically exactly the same thing here. So second slide is basically the same. The second type of service showing the elastic pools, and elastic pools, multiple databases in an elastic pool. The third slide is managed instance. So these 3 types of databases are available. Type of databases. Now you can choose from any these 3 types of databases in order to host a database in Microsoft Azure. Other than that, you can also have SQL Server on VM. So these 3 are basically, so mostly even a single database, it's not fully PaaS, but it is a combination of PaaS and IaaS, but managed instance is fully PaaS service. But if in case your company is not if in case your company is not ready to go for these services, they can go for this traditional approach of hosting a database. You can create a VM within Azure and install SQL Server on this. So that's the 4th type of database hosting you can do in you can also do in in Azure. So Ajmal is asking a question: what is a MongoDB and other cloud DB services? And Atif is saying it's a MongoDB, and Ajmal is saying, yeah, it's a MongoDB, but what is a MongoDB? MongoDB, and there are all these other types of DB. These are all other, these are other type of DBs that are used with web apps or mobile apps. So exactly like SQL, those are just simple, different type of databases. So I'm going to go into that in a bit. But here, how many services do we know of in Azure for database? We can use a single database. We can use a elastic pool database, which is a collection of database, exactly the same thing as this database. We can use a managed instance, which is a fully PaaS service. You don't have to worry about the logical server in the background. You just need to care about the database. And then you have SQL data warehouse service. So basically SQL data warehouse service is like an archive service. So in an archive service, basically you can deploy database in a cloud. So basically this is you can say this is an active single database system, and this is the database is going back into your warehouse, and this is used for big data analysis. You can bring that database service right here. Okay, so my PowerPoint is dead. Is it dead? Yes. And did we lost the whiteboard? Anybody took a snapshot of the whiteboard that we discussed? And I was thinking of taking a snapshot of that whiteboard. Oh no, it is recorded, so we can get it from the recording. Okay, that's good. So just a second here, and I am trying to open this. So Majbin asked a question. There are so MongoDB, they are used for unstructured data like comments, like yes. So so MongoDB is that type of database, but it is not part of Azure. In Azure, we have something called Cosmos DB, that is where you can implement MongoDB. So thank you. Yeah. So that's so MongoDB is kind of non-structured data. So right here from this slide, and let's say if we yes, so we lost that whiteboard. We can get it from the recording. So here we have single DB, we have Elastic Pool, we have managed instance, then we have SQL Data Warehouse Services. SQL Data Warehouse Services is for doing a big data analysis. So remember with the word warehouse. So this is active database, and a huge chunk of data that is not being used, it can be stored in a data warehouse service. Then other than that, there is MariaDB. Then there is SQLDB for MySQL, and then PostgreSQL. These are third-party databases that can also be connected to your database system. So these three are a third-party database system, and that includes the MongoDB as well. That can all be integrated within SQL, and they have all connections to this. Atif is saying data lake and data warehouse, are these related? Yes, data lake is basically a transformation service, and I'm going to go into that in a moment. It's a transformation service more than data lake is a transformation service, whereas data warehouse is a storage. You can think of it as a storage facility.
And do it have something to do with the data factory and the data brick clusters?
Exactly. So yes.
Polybase, are these like related to the analytic services?
These are related to analytic services, and data factory and data lake, they're all related. So they're not part of this single database or elastic pools, but they are for analysis services. Yes, you're right.
Okay, all right, okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so okay.
Sorry, one more thing. So this,
yes.
Big data. These are all fall under big data, I believe, right?
Which one? Data lake and data factory?
Lake.
Yeah, they fall into big data. Yes, analysis.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so so right here now, let's say we have our databases in Microsoft Azure, and I still need to talk about data factory in a moment. So I'm not going into that detail. So let's so here so far we know that if a company has a database, what is the real life scenario? Real life scenario is that you're migrating data from Rogers to Azure. So Rogers to Azure. So, and then you're migrating data, and this is exactly the decisions that you need to make. How much data are you migrating from Rogers? In Rogers, the implementation can be database is SQL. So it is already SQL. You are going to move into Azure. So now you need to decide between should it be a single database? Should it be an elastic pool? Should it be a managed service? And then when do you use SQL data warehouse services, or should it be a very simple database on a SQL server? So that is exactly that you will have to decide within when you're migrating the data. So you have all these different type of services. You have to choose one of them for different type of services here. Majbin is saying big data is an idea for analyzing data. It is not a DB. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. So data factory, data lake, these are all part of analysis. These are not databases. This is where we store information, and we use all those services for analytics. Now, in order to move data from your on-prem to cloud, we have a service called Azure Data Migration Service. So they have a special service that can help you migrate data from on-premises to the cloud environment. And so that service is known as Azure Data Migration Service, or you can use Azure SQL Data Sync Service. Now, what is the difference? This is a one-time migration. You can say this is a one-time migration, and this is a continuous migration. So this is like a store simple service. So you have a database that is sitting here, and you want to archive that data within the managed service instance right here. So your all customers are connected here, but you still want to store that data within within Azure. So this is a continuous connection between your SQL on-prem data and the managed instance, and that is known as Azure SQL Data Sync Service.
Is it for the live data syncing?
Yes, yes, this is for live data system syncing. It is for replicating that live data from here to the managed instance. Yes. And whereas Azure Data Migration Service is just a one-time migration service that can be used within the cloud. And then we have something called Stretch database as well. Within the Stretch database, it is exactly like SQL Azure database, but Stretch database is mostly used to migrate cold data from on-prem to Azure. So it is more like it is more like an intelligent migration, which is basically so the hot data and the cold data. So hot data will be on your on-premises, and cold data will go into going into basically the within Azure. So basically, this is used to migrate cold data from on-premises to the cloud, and this is hybrid approach. Now, for some of you, hot data and cold data, we all know, we've discussed, I think, that in the storage, cold data is that data that is not used for a longer time, and hot data is the data that is used. So Azure Data SQL Sync data and Azure Stretch database is almost the same concept, but this is a live replication of databases live. So this is a live replica sitting within Azure. But here, this is a difference between the active users are connected here, and the cold data is all being transferred into Azure using the SQL Stretch database. Then the next one is Data Factory. Data Factory is ETL system. So this is ETL system. ETL is basically stands for extract, transform, and loading. So this is extract, transform, and loading. Now, extract, transform, or loading is what is that? It is any type of data that is coming from any other type of database. You can extract that data, transform that however you want that in your database system, and then load it into the database. This is why it is known as a factory. So you get a raw data from here, and then you store it within your database within Azure. And ETL is basically people who work on databases. They know the concept, and they are responsible for this complete transformation. It can be a simple transformation, like unstructured data to structured data, or it can be a very complex transformation as well, like a huge banking transactions, and they are you run and you transform them into a structured data and then store them here. Who is responsible for this? Again, it is DBAs who are responsible for this, because we cannot even go into that type of intelligence that how do you transform that data into, but Azure provides that service that is known as Data Factory, which is used to take to transform that data however they want it and store it within Azure. Then we have Cosmos DB. So Cosmos DB is no SQL. It's a no SQL data. Mostly it is just like has been mentioned before. It is for unstructured data. Unstructured as we can say Facebook. And what is unstructured about Facebook? I mean, everything in Facebook, it looks structured, but what is unstructured is comments. Remember that there are huge comments. There are all types of comments within within SQL. In the comments, you have pictures, you have videos, and you have. I mean, there is no structure to the type of data that you can store in that. So that is one example. And then Instagram, and then all these other services. And what is the structured data? Structured data is in previous slide we discussed an employee data, where you have the name, address, and all that. That is part of the structured data. And this is where we can use Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is that option in which you can implement that construction, that unstructured data. Now, what is the big difference between SQL data and Cosmos DB? SQL DB and Cosmos DB. This is for structured data, and which means that everything will be structured. And in Cosmos DB, it's not a it's just that unstructured data, so you don't have that boundary in which you have to store the data. And if I try to put it in a very simple example here, if I would say that the name, if the name, when I store, it has to be anywhere between, it can only have alphanumeric value, so it can have ABC and 1 2 3. It cannot have so this name cannot have any other that special characters within the name. So that's a boundary of that structure data. This is one example. But in Cosmos data, if you're storing the same name, it can have anything. It can have a picture as well. It can have a complete video as well in the name. And so that's just one simple example of difference between Cosmos DB and SQL DB. Then for the security purposes, we have Active Directory, we have Azure Security Center. For monitoring, we have these monitoring services, Azure Monitor and Log Analytics and Alerts, just like all the other services. And these databases can be connected. So from this slide, complete slide, these are the SQL services that we need to that we need to know when you're in the environment. And you need to also implement. So within the lab, you will be creating a single database and then the elastic pool, and see that how it works. Abdul is asking a question. What is the cloud admin responsibility here? Okay, so yeah. So the cloud admin responsibility is to take care of these services as an infrastructure level. And what is in the database is not our responsibility. This is their responsibility. Yes, setting up the backup is our responsibility. Restoring it for them is our responsibility. In migration projects, you are responsible for making the database and also initiating the migration, but you're not responsible for that the data has to be exactly the same as the table. So that you will be working with the DBAs. They will make sure that what data is going into Azure. So our responsibility is the infrastructure. Okay, so let's everyone create a database. So what we are going to do, we are going to go into Azure and we will create a database. So remember that when we create a single database, Abdul is asking who will be installing these databases. We will be installing, yeah. So creating a database, making simple. So the task that we are about to do is our responsibility. So the scenario is that we need a database for employee within our organization. So what we do is we can go into home. Okay, so before even going there, let me delete this because this is a strange name. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, so
we can create database standalone without having any virtual machine or any network, anything like that?
Absolutely, absolutely. So there are 3 different type of databases: single database, elastic pool, and managed instance. So when we create the single database that I'm about to create, which is right here. So how to create a database? I'm gonna just go for a database, and so I'm gonna create a database. Yeah. So I'm going to create this SQL database. When you create a SQL database, a logical server will be created in the background. So the logical server will be our responsibility as well. So this is a single database, and this is managed instance. And then there is the other one. So let's first create, we can create a database first and logical server after, or we can create a logical server first and database after. But whenever you create a single database, you will need a logical server with this. So what is a logical server? I'm using the term logical server because it's a term that is used with the database, but it's just like an VM. So in the background, so database has to be somewhere. It is sitting on the VM. So when I create a database, everyone, so please log into your portal, and it's really easy to create a database. And I want you to go through this experience as well. So once you're logged in, how many of you are logged into Azure? Type yes in the chat window, please, if you're logged into Azure. Okay, very good. So almost everyone is logged in. So we are creating our first database, So I'm in a database. But the second thing, before I create this, I also want to show you, and I'll start the portal in another session, that we can create a logical server as well. Which means whenever you create a logical server, you can host a database. But whenever you create a database, you need a logical server. So let's say if I go right here, SQL server. So SQL server is one thing, and database is one thing. So here I can create a SQL server. Let's say if I create a SQL server right here, so I can go here, I can create an SQL server. And then I can attach it to a database. But what if I don't have a SQL server? Then when I am creating a database, it will want me to create that logical server. So this is the point I wanted to show you, that if the logical server is not there, when you are creating a database, it will ask you to create a new database server, or if you already have a server, then you can host it, host the same database. So either I can create a server separately, or I can create with a database. It's exactly the same thing. So in this case, I am going to create
so every SQL database need a SQL server. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes. So every SQL database needs a SQL server, but one server can host multiple databases. So if you have one server already bought, you don't need to buy every time a SQL server. In that one server, you can host many databases.
Gotcha.
Okay. So let's create a database. So I'm going to use one of my resource pools, IT department, number one. And here we are going to create a database system, which is, let's say we call this 360 Cloud DB 0001. So 360 Cloud DB 001. I'm going to copy this. And here, since I don't have a server, I can create one. So when we create the server, this is exactly like I was starting that wizard on the next tab, but here we can create that server, and I'm going to name it similarly. This is DB SRV. So I'm going to add the word SRV with this. So since this is a server, that is a DB. And just like any other VM, we can provide credentials and yeah, password. And that's it. So it will create a VM with this, and what it will be the size of this VM. So compute plus this, and here you can create an elastic pool as well. So elastic pool you can either create separately, or you can create right here as well. So you can create an elastic pool that will be attached to this server and the database as well. Let's say if I create an elastic pool here, then here you do need to create an elastic pool. But if you don't, then you can buy what type of infrastructure do you need for this database. And how do you decide among this configuring database size? So here it's saying it's a general purpose. storage, compute plus storage, and it will be 2 vCores and 32 GB of storage. If we go into configure database, this is where you need to select between different tiers of pricing tiers. So here I have general purpose with here, this is vCore solution. And if so here I can see that this is vCore. You can go with vCores in this case, general purpose. But if I go to the other previous type of pricing tier, which is based on DTUs, I can buy 10 units, I can buy 20 units, I can buy 100 units, and I can, let's say if you go to 100 units, then you can see that here it automatically selects storage for us. So maximum storage capacity is 250. Let's say if I buy 1600 units, 1600 units, then it can, I mean, minimum I need to get 250 GB, and then I can extend it to whatever level I need to go to. So in DTU, there is not that flexibility where you can basically say, I need this much of vCPUs and only that much of storage. So based on that, our discussion that not all types of databases are active database, some databases are just archive database. Within basic tier, you have just simple basic tier, which is 2 GB of database. And in our case, we are going to go with this. But you can also go with premium service, where you can buy DTUs here, or you can go with vCore. You can go with vCore, which is business critical servers. Yeah, vCore is general purpose here. And then hyperscale, on-demand, scalable storage. Here in hyperscale tier, storage costs are calculated based on the actual allocation space increase automatically, and the capacity to change with hyperscale. And now the big question here is, who decides that which type of pricing tier you need to go with? So the answer to this is, guys, this is not our decision. This is not our decision. This is basically a decision taken by the DBAs. The DBAs who are responsible for the database, who knows that how much their database, what type of database they are dealing with. Is it a very expensive database having that banking transaction information, and so they need to go with a business critical database and they don't worry about the charges? So the answer to this is, we don't decide this. It is basically decided by yeah. And also Abdul is saying it's very hard to remember. Yeah, we don't need to remember anything from here. I mean, you don't need to memorize anything, but yes, you do need to know that this exists. And in real environment, as an architect, I sit with database administrators on this, and then explain them, now decide from here, how much vCores would you need? So the easiest way to decide is go for vCores. Why? Because vCores are easily, you can easily map them with your physical environment. Because we already know that on our on-prem server, there are 4 vCores, 4 vCPUs, sorry, 4 CPUs, and then it has 32 GB of memory. So in vCore, you can exactly select that type of infrastructure here. So I need 4 CPUs, and I don't need more than 4 CPUs, and I need, let's say 215 GB, 250 GB of memory. And then here, so this can estimate the cost for us. Once I apply, then it can estimate the cost for us, what will be that. So 2 things to remember from here. Number 1, it's not alone. We need to decide on this. We need to sit with the database admin, and they will let us know that which type of pricing tier they need to go for. Okay, so I cancel this. I'm going to go with this, and I'm going to go with the default for now. Server is not created, and I'm going to create that server. And so server is created, and server is here. We're not going with elastic pool at the moment. We are going with 2V code and this within networking. There is nothing, actually there is something special with the networking, but that we will discuss. But basically, okay, so we are here. Networking is
compute
basically,
or storage.
sorry?
Compute or storage में क्या select किया?
So compute, we just went with the defaults.
Okay, general version. For me, is the standard SO 10 DTU 250 GB storage coming.
Okay, so that must be because of the region, maybe. So
I selected Canada Central.
okay, Canada Central within the server when you created a server. So maybe so it depends on region to region that what type of pricing tier is available.
So the server and the resource group should be in the same region,
Oh,
right?
for sure. They have to be in the same region. They have to be in the same resource group as well.
So you from the configure database, you selected the basic one, right?
No, I went to I haven't changed anything within this. I'm going with the defaults. So why am I going with the default? I just want to keep the best performance at the moment for the database. We can delete that at the end of this.
So yeah, I mean, why is it showing different for each one of us?
Yes, so it is because of different regions. So if you're looking at the screen, I can change the region. When I created the server, we can select different regions from here. So let's say in one region, that pricing model is not available. So for that reason, you're getting different.
Okay.
But another question is, this resource group IT department is in Canada Central. Then why is creating in a different region the server?
Okay, so it shouldn't.
Yeah.
No, here I'm selecting that. I mean, I'm selecting, if I select that here, I need to make sure that it is the same on the database as well.
No, that's I understand. But the resource group which we created is, I believe, the IT department is in Canada Central.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a good reminder. I'll sync all these three. Otherwise, it would have not worked for me. So which means that we need to decide on this, that which region and all that. So, but for this all to work, this has to be in the same region. It cannot work if we have 3 different regions and 3 different resources. And I can go and check that where is my resource group sitting. So I'm going to go into all resources here and
it won't show resource group here, I believe.
But we can go into resource group though.
Yeah, we can go into resource group.
So
there it is. The first one, reservation, bill reservation.
Yeah. Yes. So my resource group is sitting in Canada Central.
Canada Central.
Yes.
See? Yeah.
So which means that I need to have all my services in Canada Central. So this is, why is it? So yeah, so since I created that server there, I can change it to this one, and I can also provide the password. And that's it. So now it is Canada Central. It's yes, good reminder.
But for you, the computer storage default as generation 5 2 version V core 32 GB storage. For me, it is 10 DTU.
Your is 10 DTU?
Yes, and 250 GB storage.
Okay,
standard SO.
Yeah, so you can I mean, you can go back and change that from this, but so I'm not sure why is it if we are selecting exactly the same, but probably this is because of where I am selecting and where you are selecting, so it is automatically.
For me by default it was standard. So now when I selected basic, now it gone to 2 GB and 100 MB something.
Okay, good. So I need to no, so I'll apply this, otherwise I have to recreate this, and I will. So the networking part is that who can access from where. So
sorry, Adnan. Sorry,
yes,
Adnan.
yes,
Please
yes,
go to
go
the
ahead.
previous screen again.
Yes.
So still for me, it's showing basic 2 GB storage. That's it, nothing more than that.
And what about if you go configure? If you configure the database, do you get all the other options?
Configure database, there is basic, standard, premium. So if I go to basic, then do we have to change something?
You just select basic and then apply.
So basic and apply is 2 GB only. That's it, nothing more than that.
Yes,
2 GB storage.
and I think this is because of the free trial. So now I remember, because the subscription that I have is different.
Okay.
Okay, so that might be, but that can do the purpose. So okay, so
Okay.
that might be due to the subscription type, free trial.
The only question is it should do the purpose what I'm getting
Yes,
selected.
yes. So it can do the purpose for sure. I mean, it can let us work with the database with all of the features. Okay. So the next one is networking. Here you can set up the boundary where you want to access this database. No access, which means that connectivity for now, no access, which means public endpoint or the private endpoint. In both cases, we will set that up later, because without setting that up, you won't be able to access the database. And I want to show that to you once the database is created. So I'm not changing anything here. Within additional settings, do you need to take the backup of this, or here database collection define rules the sort and compare data. So this is another option, which is collection. Collection is basically Cosmos DB. We can create collections. Here it says database collection defines the rule that sort and compare data and cannot be changed after the database creation. The default database collection is just this. So we'll just keep that to default. I'm not sure what that is used for. It is maybe special for some special service here. Security.
That is the version of the SQL.
It's just a version of the SQL
database. Yeah, the server SQL service version. So when we install it like manually, it asks you like, so this is the one which is used right now. So
okay, so this is collation. This is collation of, okay. Okay, thank you. So this is, so we're not changing anything here, and we'll just create this. Oh, wow, that's expensive. 254 Canadian. Okay, so in the questions we have.
So shall we all create it?
Yeah, please create. Yes. So this
did
will
you
be.
do you keep everything default in networking, right?
Yes, exactly.
So everything is default pretty much.
We haven't changed anything. So Managemant is saying we can change it, and it is I was able to get the same config. Okay, trial version. Okay. So you're saying even with the trial version, you can change the pricing tier to the general purpose. Okay, that's good. But by default, it shows only, that 10 DTUs or whatever it is showing. You can change it to a different pricing tier. Okay, so at this point, it is creating the database, and at the same time, it is also creating the server. So once it is created, then we can work on this. But at the same time, let's create an elastic pool, everyone. So in order to create an elastic pool, we can go into Elastic and go into, just search for the word elastic, and we can create an elastic pool. And elastic pool, just keep that in mind. This is a pool. This will be a pool of databases where you can have, so it's a pool of resources on which we can have multiple databases on that. So here I'm going to create that on the same resource group, and the name of the elastic pool, we can call this so this is the elastic pool name. It will be sitting in Canada Central, and the elastic pool has the same. So here, nothing else. So it's just a collection of resources. So since we took the same pricing tier.
The SQL database pool is different. Elastic database pool.
Yes, so SQLDB is a single database and SQL Elastic Pool is for collection of databases. Okay, so that means that when we get a single database, though that what I'm creating first. So if I go here, there are two types of resources being created. One is single database in which I cannot have more databases. I can have tables, I can have data, but I cannot have 2 or 3 databases in the single database. But in Elastic Pool, I can have 2 or 3 or 10 databases within the Elastic Pool. So that's the difference. Elastic Pool. I'm trying to think of an example in the real life. Where do we buy a bulk of service and then we can, yeah. So data, I mean, nowadays there are phone plans. You can get a family plan of 50 GB, and then that's a pool of resources that is divided among your family, your kids, and among you, that everyone can use. So that's an Elastic Pool. So both resources are made, and we can go to the resources right from here. And I can go back to home and start with the database. Let's see how many resources do we have. So here I have database and database server and Elastic Pool. So we have all these three different type of resources. So let's go to the database first and see what do we have. So within the database, we have overview. We can look at the overview right here. And within the overview, it's showing us that here, this is part of this database. So this is a database. First of all, we are in the database, and it is hosted on this server. There is no Elastic Pool with this, which means that it can be just one simple database. And other information is the region information. The database is online. We have the activity log here. We have basic monitoring enabled here. And then we have activity log where it's showing us the activity log, which is a normal for, which is event viewer, shows us whatever we are doing with the database. The tags are here, the diagnostic information to provide us with different suggestions. Here we can quick start this. In the quick start, it is showing us that this is, there are these ways you can utilize this database. Obviously, we created a database. What is the purpose of database? To create tables inside the database. What is the purpose of tables? We want to store some data in the database. So question from Edbean is, so the Elastic Pool configure should be more than the database we are creating, right, to accommodate multiple databases? Yes. So yeah, so the question is that in Elastic Pool, I mean, we can get 10 vCPUs and memory. Yes, we can, but you can have exactly the same pool as well, like 2 vCPUs, and you can store 5 smaller databases. So yes, but you're right. Logically, it should be more than the normal pool. But even the single database that we created, it is more than it is. It has 2 vCPUs and 32 GB of RAM. That's for a big database already. So in that, we can store many smaller databases. Okay. So in Quick Start, we have these ways how we can manage this database. We can connect this database to SDK, which is software development kit for, especially for developers. They can use, if I go into this, basically these are all those download links where you can manage, and you can download all these different type of SDKs here, Java SDK, Python SDK, C. So as you can see, this is for developers. You can provide them. I mean, so in the real environment, I will be sitting from here on, I'll be sitting with the developer on my side. So developer will be sitting with me, and I will be asking him, okay, so how do you want to connect to the database? And they would say, you know, our database is ASP.NET. So I'm more interested in ASP Microsoft related tools. So if I go into database here, I can show him, we have SDK for .NET, we have Java, we have C#, C, and Android and all that. So basically, these are the decisions taken by the database team, and they will be sitting with you, number one. Number two, you can connect it to Data Studio as well. Data Studio is another application that we can connect and manage the database. And here you can download this Data Studio, and then you can connect to this here, and you can download it right from here. So let's download this and see that how does it look like. So all we need to do is to go right here and download this. So this is being downloaded, and we can store this in right here. So I'm storing that in downloads, number one. And let's go back while this is being downloaded. So here I have SQL Management Studio. So this is where most of the time your time will be spent to manage this database. And let's go here and also download this as well. So Studio, so there are two different type of download. This is a Data Studio, which is basically a smaller extension of the same. But if you have this SQL Server Studio, this includes everything. This will include, this is an enterprise level tool to connect to the database server and the database and the Azure database. So this is basically everything. So the one thing that you need to manage to connect to database from on-prem, and I'm talking about on-prem, is this tool. So let's download this one as well. So right here, you can download. So from the same link. So we have downloaded two tools here, and let's download this. The next one is you can also manage this from a PowerShell, and you can download Elastic-Scale API. And then there are many things are here, which is not used for all scenarios. And you don't need to be an expert of all of the scenarios until the time comes. So for example, you're migrating something. This is a tool, this is a guide where it gives you a complete migration strategy. But if you go into this guide will be like maybe 500-600 pages or maybe more, and migrations are all these different types. So you're migrating from Microsoft SQL or Oracle or DB2 or MySQL. So migration is not that simple as we discussed earlier, but here you have all of the documentation available. So whenever you have to migrate, you will be going into that as well.
Oh, first thing जो अपन ने download की थी Azure Data Studio for Windows, वो link कौन सी थी, वो कैसे जाएंगे?
Right. So right here, you can go to Quick Start. The good thing is that they managed the stuff really good in this. So Quick Start was not there like 1 year back, but now, so right here, Azure Data Studio. And then you also have, yeah, you just
Data Studio,
and from here, you can just download right from here. So you can go to this user install, which is this one for Windows.
Get your Azure Data User Installer. Okay.
Right.
Azure Data Studio User Installer.
Mm-hmm. The next thing is query editor. Now let's say you are, so I'll be waiting for this download to finish, and then we can install this. We can also install the Data Studio as well. So I'm clicking on open file right here. So the one that is downloaded and the other one is downloading. So this will run probably a setup and connect. So while this is, so right here, once you install, you will accept the agreement just like normal software that will ask you to install. And here I will just click next, 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 nothing special. I don't need to select anything else here. And so it is installing this, but mostly we use the other tool. So I let this install, and once this is installed, then we will install SSMS, which is a management utility for SQL. So this is being installed. We'll just keep it on the side. Now these both tools are used to manage the database, used to manage the database from on premises. I mean, you're sitting on your machine and you need to manage the database. But there is another tool that is used for a basic management, which is a query editor. So this query editor will want you to log into this, will log into the database. Remember that you're in a database and you need to log in, and here you can log in. from here. So there are two ways to log in. Number one, SQL authentication. Number two is you can log in from here as using Active Directory authentication. Now, in both cases, you need to give access. So if you go with SQL authentication, you need to use your username that you created with the when you were creating the server. Okay, so here the tool is installed.
So I think we need to have a SA permission to get into the SQL Server authentication, right? When we are creating it, SMS.
Exactly. So there are two types of permissions. There is you can go into the database going into this as well, going into Active Directory, or you can go with the storage permission as well. So we'll see that how we can get the permission. But once you try the connection, it won't let you connect to the database. So this is Azure Data Studio. Azure Data Studio. Okay, so before going into that, this is a smaller version of the same management tool that we installed. So we just installed it. We're not doing anything on this. I'm going to keep it as is, and I will keep it on the side. We're not doing anything. We just installed it, and then later on we will connect to our Azure environment and see, because in our Azure environment there are no tables, there is nothing. The data that it is showing is the sample data that is sitting in here at the moment. So we're not doing anything on this. I'm going to keep that on the side at the moment. But I want you to install also SSMS, which is the management tool that we downloaded, the other one. So it is opening. I clicked on this downloaded file.
I think my internet is a bit slow. It's saying me 2 hours left.
Oh, wow, really?
You can go and sleep.
2 hours? Man, what type of internet is this?
I think it should not. Nowadays.
It's Rogers.
You know, nowadays, man, you get 50, how much? 50 MB, 100 MB.
Yeah, even if you use the hardest.
Yeah, but those are the shared ones. So yeah.
I know. Even with the shared one, you will get at least 30 to 40 MB.
Maybe the router is far away from.
Okay. Okay. So here, guys, since I've already installed Microsoft SQL Server Management, it is saying that you want to repair it or uninstall it. So I'm not going to repair or uninstall. I'm going to keep it as. So once it is downloaded, just click next, and install. In the meantime, let's try to connect to our database. Now, connecting to a database, guys, requires two important things here. Number one, permission to the database, and number one, permission for your IP address. So for example, for now, if I try to connect, so we don't have an SA account, which is a database account. We don't have that SA account. And let me try with first option, which is my SQL Server Administrator account. So remember that when we created that logical server, where this database is sitting, which is database, and that logical server has a username and password. So let me try that password. So it was the VM administrator password. So as soon as I try, so the very first thing that I wanted to show you is that you need to give access to this database server. So what is the meaning of this? The meaning is this. Let me get the slide here, and we need to understand that for the real environment as well. So, so when you create an SQL server, so first of all, what is the need of a database system? The need of a database system that we need to store some data. So we need to store some employee data, and that has table 1, that has table 2, that has table 3, and that has some data available. So we need to store that in a database, and that database, we need to create that in Azure. So we created that database in Azure. So we started with the database, Azure, I'm going to call this Azure database. And then within the database, what it did, it automatically created a server for us. it automatically created a SQL server for us, and that server is basically known as a logical server. So it created that server. So the database is sitting in that, so that server in the documentation, it will be called as a logical server. That logical server is basically an SQL server. In that server, there is a database. So there are two entities here. Now we are trying to connect to this database through portal. So we are sitting at home and we are trying to connect to this over the internet, remember? So this is our home internet. And from home internet, we connect to Azure portal. So basically this is all Azure portal. So this is Azure portal. So we are connecting this manner. So we are connecting right here. So connecting from here now, and we are managing this database. Now, the second thing, in order to manage the database, what we need to do is now we need to connect to directly to the database. So we need to now directly connect to the database. So this is why we need permissions to connect to the database. Okay, so which means right here, so first of all, my home machine, the laptop that you're sitting in, that has some physical, that has some public IP address. So let's say this IP address might be 139.45.10 and then 20. So this IP address is given to you by ISP, your ISP. So we need to grant this IP address to access to the database. So this is the first one. So this database is, you cannot directly connect to the database. Why we are directly connecting to the database? Because we need to manage the database. And how do we manage the database? For that, we installed that tool called SSMS, which is the SQL Server Management System. So we downloaded that tool, and I hope that it is downloaded on your machine. And Sayed is saying that he has a FIDO home internet deal, which is 150 Mbps, man. 150 Mbps is a lot, huge. So yeah, it's a shared, and I think since it is the weekend evening and everyone is busy watching movies, dramas, and TVs and all, so probably because of that it might take, but it shouldn't take 2 hours though. Okay. So right here, so guys, 2 things that we need to understand when connecting to the database. Number 1, grant access to your client IP to the database, number 1. And number 2, we need permissions to the database. We need admin account to connect to the database. So these 2 things I'm about to do. Number 1, admin access to the database. Number 2 is permission for the physical from your public IP address to the database. Now, these both things needs to be done on the server, not on the database. So once you access the server, then you will be able to access the database. So guys, I mean, this is, sometimes it is confusing. This is why I took time here to have this explained. So now we need to do 2 things. Number 1, I will grant access to my IP address to the database, number 1. And number 2 is what? That we need to have admin access to the database. So let's go back into the portal. And within the portal, first of all, it is also guiding us. It's saying cannot open the server this requested login by client IP address. So it is giving my client IP address and it's saying that it's not allowed. So first of all, I need to go allow this access. Now, in order to allow this access, I need to go into the server. So to the server, I can go right from here. So on this side, there is a server. You can go back to all resources and you can go from the server. You can go back to the home screen and go back to the server. I'm going to the server right from here. So once you're here on the server, basically server is a place where you have everything. So you have a quick start here for the server, same thing that you can connect to it, saying SQL Server Studio Management that we just downloaded. You can back up the server. Here is the Active Directory admin. So this is where we get the access to this server. But before going here, first of all, we need to go into firewall. So in the firewall, I need to give my client access, and Microsoft made it easier for us to do the access. It is showing us our client IP address. So it should be showing you the client IP address as well. So one more time, everyone, where do we need to go to in order to give our client IP address access? You need to go to SQL Server. So go to home screen, go to all resources, go to the server, and within the server, you need to go down to firewall. So you need to go down to firewall, and within the firewall, once you're here, you don't need to change anything here. You just need to, here, you need to allow access. So here it's saying allow Azure services resources to access to this server. I would say yes here. And in the rule, I can, yeah, right here. So here we can say virtual existing, hold on. No, not this one. Yeah, sorry, it's right here. I mean, it's simpler than that. All you need to do, go to firewall and say add client IP address. Once you do, then save it. So this will add that firewall rule to now you have access to the database. So this is one. Now that we have access to the database, now I will go back to the database and I'm gonna, I am going to create another tab, open another tab for the database. So on this tab, I have the server because I need to come back and set up the Active Directory access. And on this tab, I'm gonna open the database. So I'm gonna go to the database here. And within the database, now I will try again to log in using my server credentials. So let's see. So why am I going through all these step by step? So that you can see the error messages, and you might get the error messages, and you, I mean, just to give you an idea. So right here, I'm trying to log in now, and I am logged in since I have access, and that account that I used is basically a full administrator account. So that is one way of logging into the database. So in logging into that, so that account I used. The second way is Active Directory login. So here, actually, it gave us the query. We can run the queries, but we cannot do anything with the database. I cannot create tables here. I can see tables, I can view, but here this database is completely empty. Now, within the portal, everyone, within the portal, you cannot manage the database as you manage the database, meaning you cannot create tables. You cannot, the only thing you can do from the portal is run a query against a table. If you have a table information, what type of data is there? So the question, the interview question, or if somebody is asking you, can we manage a complete database from the Azure portal? No, we cannot. In order to manage the database, we need to use the right tool, which is the Management SQL Server Management. So if you...
So the SSMS?
Yes, SSMS. So I'm gonna open that here. So it's opening now. So how many of you have downloaded the tool? So it's just taking some time. It's a big tool though. It's a big tool that is used for the management of huge big databases. Ajmal is asking, how do we log in? So the way we logged in, and it's just logging in for the query purposes. You can go to query editor, and within the query editor, you can just use your server username and password. So server username, and when you go to a query editor, on this side there is SQL login, but it just gives you a kind of a read-only access. Okay, so first of all, I'm trying to bring that to my other screen. So it's this one. So this is a query editor. Sorry, this is a Microsoft SQL Management Studio. Microsoft SQL Management Studio is used for connecting to the database. Now in here, first of all, I need to provide the server name, and so before even the providing the server name, we need to give that credentials. Okay, so now so this tool can only work with Active Directory credentials. So you need to use Active Directory credentials at the moment. And once you're logged in, then you can assign database access. Then you can assign database access later on. So now before continuing with this tool, we need to provide Active Directory access.
I think you downloaded two things, right? There was one was the SQL Server Management Studio, and what was the other thing?
One was SQL Management Studio. The other one was the Studio, Data Studio.
Azure Data Studio.
Yeah. One is this tool, which is Azure Data Studio, which is mostly for developers to direct connection, to run queries, to have a low-level database management, maintenance. But mainly we use this other tool, this one. So which is SQL Database Management Studio, okay? But we cannot use this tool until we provide Active Directory access. Now, in order to provide Active Directory access, we need to go into server again. So going back to our slide here, we did this access, which is add a client access. And now we need to give admin access for the database. So how do we do that? To provide admin access to the database. So in order to do that, we need to go to, okay, where is my server? Right here. So we need to go to the server, SQL server, and go into Active Directory admin. Now within Active Directory admin, there is no current Active Directory admin for this. So there are two types of owners. One owner is the one who created it. So we have that owner pass admin, and so that is one account. But the second account, for the full management of the database, we need to assign an admin to this database system. So Azure Active Directory Authentication allows you to centrally manage identity and access to SQL Server. So here we will say set admin, and set admin it provides us all of the users that are currently existing in Active Directory. So let's say, so there are many system users and system logins here. I'm looking for our own. So you can look for your own user, which is the user that we have is this one.
Did you click set admin?
Yes, just click on set admin.
Okay. I found myself shk999@hotmail.com.
Okay, and so you're able to connect to this?
Yeah, I'm just searching. Yes. Oh, what happened?
Okay. So in my case, it seems like because
It's grayed out. It's not letting me select.
Yeah, because it is already selected within the login. Let's go back and see. I think when we try to log in, it's already here for now. So, but no, but this is my other login. Hold on. And let me go back to. So Active Directory admin and set admin. Okay, Microsoft account members are not allowed. Okay. So since this is the owner account for subscription, okay, so let's do one thing. Let's create an account in Active Directory and then give that account access to this. Now, in order to create an account in Active Directory, so we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. So let's create a new account in Active Directory. So in order to create a new account in Active Directory, everyone search for the word Active Directory. So go to Active Directory, and it wouldn't take much time. So in Active Directory, which is our next chapter, we will be going through that chapter. But when you go to Active Directory, we can create two types. Yes.
Azure Active Directory? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, Azure Active Directory. So you can search for the word Active Directory, and then you can go to Azure Active Directory. And let me write the steps here. So Azure Active Directory, and and I'm typing the steps in the chat window. Go to users and create an account. So in Active Directory, you can go to the users and here create a new account. We can create two types of account in here, a guest account and a new user account. Guest account is something that if you want to log in using your Gmail, your Hotmail, and we will go into that later on. But for now, let's create an Active Directory account. So click on new user. And once you click on new user, so if you're not able to follow me, just look at the in the chatting, and it's just follow those instructions. Here we create a new account, and the new account is, let's say I'm going to create a new account called Chris, and the domain name will be, you can have the domain name is exactly this. This is your Active Directory domain name that is created when you created the subscription. You cannot change it at the moment, but later on when in Active Directory, you can change it to your organization name as well. But for now, your domain name is this, as this is you bought with the subscription. So the name will be, the full name is Chris Green. I'm going to just go with the example. You can choose any other name as well. So the first name is Chris, last name is Green, and here, so we are not using auto-generated password. I'm gonna use I'm gonna choose a new password for this. So the password that we use, password 1234. So this is the password we are using. And within the groups and roles, we're not selecting anything at the moment, but we can select. So for example, if you want to make him a global administrator or the administrator within Active Directory, you can select from here different type of groups. For now, we are not selecting anything. It's just a simple user. So once simple user, so nothing selected. So here, provide the password, let you create the password. And then here, block sign in, no, which means that you're creating a user. Do you want to block sign in to Azure? No, we don't. We want it to be an Active Directory user. Usage location will be when you, so in Active Directory, here we can create different locations for different type of users. You don't see any location here because we haven't created any location. So we will create a location once we learn about Active Directory, but for now we'll leave it as blank. On the job title, I would say this is a DBA. This is a database administrator, and the department is, we can say, IT department. So, I mean, if you even keep them blank, that can work as well. So all we did, we provided a name, we provided a password, and we need to remember that this is, the username is Chris. So, and then create. So once the user is created, so user is created now. Now, in order to log in with the user, and let me update the chat here so that people can, so create a new user, provide name as Chris. And password, and just so just for your reference, if somebody is not able to follow me, here is provide title, and so job title is DBA. Please provide a title when you're creating, because later on we will be working with access policies. We will use this. And the second thing was department.
And we can keep this user there. We don't really need to delete it, right? We won't be charged.
Yeah. We're not deleting this user. We will use the user. Yes.
Okay, great. And when we're gonna go for a 10-minute break after completing this one, right?
Yes. We will complete login. Once we log into the management server, then we'll go for a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so once the user, so these are the properties, everyone, just create the user. Once created, just update in the chat window that the user is created. And then create. Now the user is created. The second thing is test the login. Test the login in another portal. Okay. Thank you. So we need to test the login. In order to test the login, I will open another portal, number 1. So portal, I am going to log into Azure, and so here, okay, so it's opening my login. What I'm going to do is, in this session, I can sign in with a different account. So sign in with a different account.
Maybe log in from the incognito mode.
Yeah, you can use any other browser as well, or a private mode as well. But here, I mean, you can go with a different user license. Okay. Now here, everyone just need to remember, you need to bring the complete user account with the domain name. So the easiest way to do that is that you can click on the user and then copy that complete username right from here. So that's the easiest way. Otherwise you'll have to type all that. So just take the complete user account right from here. So this user account, once you take the user account, and here you just need to press that in, put that in the name, but the complete FQDN is required.
It's asking to create a new user password after, I think.
Yes. So we need to go through that as well. Why? Because we need to, otherwise you won't be able to log into the database if you don't create your own password. So it's, yes, it is asking to create user password. I'm just gonna add 5 at the end. So password 1 2 3 4 5, so that we can remember. So password is password 1 1 2 3 4 5. Oh, okay. So it's saying that we have seen this password too many times. Okay, that's
yeah,
fine.
I got the same error.
So we can go with 54321. Let's see if they have seen that so many times.
I have created my own username, my own password.
Right. So I'm gonna go with, yeah, we don't have a choice. We can go with a unique password, whatever password you like. And the most common password, what you need to update your password because this
same password, passadmin123.
pass, it's in the pass admin, I use the same password 1234.
Yeah, I think it's everyone. Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay, I am in.
okay, very good. So this one should go now. So we are now connected. Now, so since we have logged in to this, which means that this user, so here you don't see anything at the moment, and we will come back to that. This requires another, so we will be discussing that in Active Directory. What do you do after this? So in this, so here we just wanted to make sure user is working, and that's fine, and that's about it. And we will leave that as is and go back to our database. Remember that where we need to give permission for the database, And for that, we need to go into the SQL Server. So within SQL Server, within Active Directory admin, we need to set admin. So we are setting that admin. And in that setting admin, I need to look for that user. So Chris. And here I can select the user. And once the user is selected, I'll just click select. And this user is now an Active Directory admin. So we created a user and we provide that access. Why we are not able to add our owner subscription access? I'll have to check that out, but maybe because that it has more privileges or something like that. But we can add any user as an
that's
admin.
Because of the security.
Maybe it's because of the security. Yes, because of
then
the
we have to click save.
So yeah. Oh yeah. That's very important. So sometimes we add the admin and we don't save, it won't work. So that's a good reminder. So once this is done, and now is the the.
Sorry, I don't see the active admin in my.
You don't see active admin? I mean, do you see set admin?
Yes.
So when you click on set admin, you did the Chris. You added the user Chris. Okay. So you go to set admin.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, you got it. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, Ajmal is saying, how do you, Ajmal, go to SQL Server, and then go to Active Directory admin. So make sure here you see a server, not a database. In database, you won't have this. So, okay. So Atif is saying, I'm in role-based admin access control. Okay.
Yeah, that's why it was not letting us use our account. So we have to create a new one with that role.
Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, so let's check this access now. Let's check this access. So this is in the Management Studio. What we need to do, go to File and connect Object Explorer. And within Object Explorer, I need to, within the username, we need to paste the new user. And from here, we need to provide the username. Sorry, the password.
But it's asking for the server name as well. So we have to get the server name as well? Or?
Yes, we do need to get the server name, and the server name is from the same screen, from the server. So we'll go to overview on the server, and server name is right here. This one. This is the server name. So from the SQL server overview, and copy this server name. So this is a public name. Once you copy this server name, and we need to put it into here, the server name. So once it is here, so three things we need: the server name and the username, and then connect.
Authentication will be what? Azure Active Directory, yeah?
It will be Active Directory authentication, yes.
Azure Active Directory integrated? Active Directory password.
Let me see that again. So I can go to file here, just the password.
Okay,
just the password, yes.
And that username, or you have to put the full username there?
Yes, we need to copy the full username here and copy the server name here and then the password, and we are connected.
Oh, the full name of Chris.
Yes, take it from Active Directory. So you need to take it from the Active Directory. Go to Active Directory. Actually, I can show you. So you can go to, yeah, right here. So once you are in Active Directory, in users, first of all, in Active Directory, you see a user called Chris Green. And when you click on Chris Green, then you can copy this complete name with the domain name. Now, so once you're logged in, now you can see the databases within this database. So here the database we created was the 360 Cloud DB. And here these are the default tables that are in here. So in here you can see there are system tables, there is storage, there is security, there is a lot of things. So from here on, it's the, so our task will be finished and database admin task will be started. But here we will create a simple table just for our experience, and then we will run query against this. But before that, let's take a 5 minutes break, or 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes, but I'm getting an error. So maybe,
yeah,
I don't know.
What is the error message? Where are you getting that on this SQL?
When I enter the username and password, so I have database engine and I have 365 cloud server name is there, like full name. And then I selected authentication method as a Azure Active Directory
So
password.
do you have you added your client ID for the server?
Client ID?
Yes. Okay.
Where I was supposed to add it.
I'll show you. So you need to go to the SQL server, go back to SQL server, and within SQL server, go down to firewall right here. Once you're in the firewall, click add client IP.
Oh yeah, the IP I did add it. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah.
Oh, you already did, and you can see your IP and it was saved as well, right?
Yeah. So let me go once again. Firewalls. Yeah. So the IP is there. Yeah. It is saved there. Yeah.
It's saved on this line, the other line, not this line. So there are two lines. Okay, excellent, excellent. So this is done, and then the Chris within Active Directory, the account is active, and you were able to log in, and you changed the password as well.
Yeah. So maybe I do I need to use the old password or the new one? I think the new one, right?
New one.
Yeah.
But you still have to have your own password. Let's say if you go with the guest password, that won't work.
No, I created the new one when we were trying to log in.
Excellent. So that is done as well. And then you went into the server and you copied this name from the overview.
Yeah.
So you copied the name, and then now you're in here and you went into this
file. Yeah. Explorer.
Connect Object Explorer. And here you copied the name, and this is Active Directory password and the username. Okay. So what is the error message?
Okay, let me see.
If you want to share your screen, you can share it here on Zoom.
I'm also getting error. We are selecting database engine, right? And then putting the server name.
Exactly, yes.
And in authentication, it's SQL server, Azure.
No. Azure Active Directory password.
Gotcha.
Okay, so let me share my screen.
Okay, but hold on, I have to stop sharing my screen and then you can share your screen.
Okay.
Now you can share your screen.
Okay, so you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Probably has two screens.
So now you see that?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm able to connect.
Okay, very good. So just click on share and it will, now we can see your screen. Yeah, we can.
Okay, so let me bring it up. So do you see this screen now?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Just show us the error message. The error.
You see the error message there or not?
No, we don't.
Oh, okay. What's going on here?
Is it on your other screen?
Yeah, okay. Now you see that?
Yeah, now we can see that. So cannot connect to this database and okay, and tenant identifier may not have the empty. Okay, close this please.
Okay.
Oh, why don't you bring it the main console here? Is it on your other computer?
Yeah, let me bring that one here. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Because probably, was it downloaded properly and installed properly? Because this error seems to me it was kind of not a complete installation.
So now you see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
So this is what I see. Okay, so I go here.
Yes.
Object Explorer, so database engine. So here I'm gonna get the server name. Second, where is my server name? Where did it go?
Overview, go to overview from the server name.
Yeah, so there it is. That's right. Now I'm gonna get my username. Sorry, my screens are a bit messed up. So
no, we all have, hundreds of applications everywhere.
Yeah, so
3 different monitors. But this is what pays us.
Yeah.
So here we have, okay. Yes, it doesn't seem like a authentication error. It's more like a installation error. So try uninstalling and reinstalling the studio.
Okay.
Okay. Everything is fine. Your server name and everything is fine, but just
okay.
And make sure it is installed, downloaded, fully downloaded.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We'll try.
So let's take a 10 minutes break, everyone, and right after the break, we will continue.
In between, can I ask you something, Adnan?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
I think I couldn't get that elastic pool you were trying to download. I couldn't find that.
Download. You mean the elastic pool we made?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if you go to all resources and from there, maybe you have to add, and then you look for the elastic.
No, it's right here. If you're looking at my screen.
Yeah, you installed, but I couldn't find it. Where did you get it from?
Okay, so if it is not in your all resources, it means that it was not created. So maybe look at in the notification, maybe there might be some error in that regard.
No, I didn't get the option to select.
Oh, you didn't get, okay. So you didn't made it.
Yes.
Okay. So for that, search for the word elastic.
Okay, if I say ELASTIC.
I'm
getting elastic cloud, elastic database pool, SQL elastic database pool.
Yeah, it is SQL. Yes, exactly. That's the one.
No, but आपका दिख रहा है SQL elastic pools. मेरा दिख रहा है SQL database elastic pool. SQL elastic database pool.
SQL elastic database pool. And okay. So it's the name difference. Why is it SQL elastic database pools? Probably, I think it's okay. Just click on this and see that are these the same options?
Okay, elastic database pool, and then it says just create.
It just says add.
No, for me it says create.
Okay, hold on. If I go to SQL, I don't have that option. Database elastic pools.
SQL elastic. You type elastic space elastic. SQL space elastic.
Okay. SQL space elastic is just elastic pools.
Elastic, and then after that I'm getting database.
Okay, but you don't have this option, SQL elastic pools.
No, I'm not getting elastic pools. I'm getting SQL elastic database pool. Yeah, and see on the right hand side it says SQL elastic database pool on the right side of the.
Oh, in the marketplace. Yeah, in the marketplace there is, but in the services there should be as well.
Okay, let me go to home and
But who are you logged in with, the Chris or your main account?
My own account.
Your own
More
account.
services.
Yeah, it
more
should be. It should be here. It should be here.
SQL Elastic. I'm not getting.
Oh.
Okay, I got it. I got it. SQL Elastic Pools. Yeah, now I got it.
So what was the problem?
I think maybe I went to the marketplace.
Okay, yeah,
by
maybe.
default, it took me to the marketplace.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, that's the reason.
Okay, so actually, create Elastic.
Now, all you need to do, click add, and there is nothing much to select. Just provide the resource name and the name and the pool type. I mean,
so name of Elastic Pool, just say my Elastic Pool, whatever.
Yeah, demo Elastic Pool 0001.
Demo Elastic.
Maybe add your organization name in the beginning, because this has to be unique.
It's giving me the same server name SRB001 Canada Central, and IT department is there. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and then standard is giving 100 EDT. Maybe I have to select something there.
Just leave it as is. This is just a pricing tier. I mean, it just how they will be measuring the cost.
Okay, so just and then review and create, huh?
Yeah, review and create.
$360 Canadian.
Yeah, but it's per month. So which means that if you divide that per minute, it will be like once you delete that, it won't be charged.
I think my subscription is left up to end of the month. Then I have to create another one.
This end of the month?
Yes, because we created when we started classes, like starting of the month, right?
Right. So, okay. So there will be one more class next week and we'll be finished. So yeah, you are going to need, but you also need to do a custom lab. So you would need a new subscription.
Yeah, I will do. I was not feeling good I was not even feeling having interest in those questions which dumps he has given, because a lot of questions were from Active Directory, especially from Azure. So I thought, let me first finish that chapter, then only we'll go with that.
Okay. So let me make it a bit more difficult. Let me make it, just let me answer that. So for everyone, by hook or by crook, you need to go through that dumps, remember the question answers, and that's the only way to go for it. Even if when we understand all Active Directory, it won't fulfill all of the needs of the question.
Oh.
I mean, no training can fulfill the need of certification exams. No training. I mean, I can guarantee that.
I see.
Yes, Ajmal.
I built a virtual machine in a workstation, and I installed the Microsoft SQL Studio. I'm getting error expired. The password is expired.
The password is expired. Did you had a new password?
I create an account. The first one is not working. Then I create a second one, and I try it. The same error I'm getting.
Okay, hold on. But did you log into the portal and get a new password?
Yes.
You got a new password, right?
Yeah, I got a new password. No, a new account I created. Leave the.
Right. So when you created a new account, after that, did you log into the portal separately? And it is there where you need to create a new password.
I didn't check that. Let me do this.
Yeah. Please, you have to do that, because that guest password that is created for the first time, you cannot log into the resources with that.
Okay. Let me try.
Okay.
For me, when it was telling me 2 hours, I think I already have a Management SQL Studio. Oh, that management tools for SS. What is that called?
Oh, you already had it in your machine?
Yeah, because some days back I was doing some practice for SQL.
Okay. But 2 hours download, it's, I mean,
I think it is because of the shared service. Though it worked, it finished before that, but like it was just giving me that message.
Right.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, walaikum assalam.
My internet was breaking and I lost a lot of information there. I wanted to know from where can I connect to the database because I downloaded the studio, but then I don't think that is the place to connect to the database.
Okay. Okay, no problem. So the way we connect, there are a few things. Were you able to? So there are a few things. Number one, you need to allow your client IP address. Okay. So I will show you where we need to go to. So first of all, you need to go into the server. Just let me know once you're in the server. Have you created the server?
I think her internet is stable. Maybe she's again disconnected.
Oh, probably. Okay. Okay, so okay, Matchpin is asking a question. Should I connect to the SQL DB through Studio, Data Studio? You need to connect to SQL through the Management Studio, which is this one, the Management Studio. So if you have logged in if you downloaded the Management Studio, then you need to just go to File and Connect. And here you would need the server name. So you need to go into Azure, copy the server name from there, and also need to copy the username and password. Okay, so you did configure the firewall. That is good. Now, have you created a user? So you created the user in Active Directory? Okay, you're most welcome, Ajmal. And just one more minute to go for the break. Hello, welcome back after the break, everyone. So, Managemant, I think your internet connection is maybe, as you said, not stable at the moment. So what we'll do is that these all labs are here within the video as well, and I will create small videos for this one, so you can follow from there. Okay. Now, uh, so okay, so Ajmal asked a question: how do we integrate with on-premises AD? In order to connect with an on-premises AD, that will be AD Connect, and that we will be discussing within the within Active Directory lecture. Once the on-premises Active Directory is connected with Azure Active Directory, then all the users from on-premises will be able to log into this database as well. But we will be discussing that in Active Directory. Okay. So guys, what I suggest, since we have less time and we have a lot to do, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all of the properties and all the labs here, and this is all being recorded. You can have a look at it later on as well from this video. Skip the lecture part, and then you can directly jump onto the here. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to create a table. Now, in order to get a full view of this, I mean, it won't be possible for you to follow me on this, because I'm gonna do this. If you can follow, that is excellent. But if not, then this is all being recorded, because we need to actually touch all of the important features here today. So we are logged into SQL Server. We are logged into SQL Server. So just a quick recap what we did right from the slide. Let's understand right from the slide here. So from the slide, what we did so far, we made a connection from home to our database. First of all, we created a database that created a logical server. That logical server has the database that will have the table, that will have all of the records. And then in order to manage it, we downloaded the Management Studio. From Management Studio, we connected to the server. In order to connect to the server, we did two things. Number one, the firewall rule for the client, and secondly, the admin access to the database. This is two things. Secondly, what we did, so once this is done, then we opened Microsoft Management Studio, and within Management Studio, we basically we used the server name from the Azure server, logical server. Then we use the username and password and connected. Okay, so we are connected to the database here. Now within the database, there are a lot of different things here. From here, DBAs will take over. They will start managing their database. But here, just for the sake of running, doing a very basic management on this, we will create a table. So once you're in the Management Studio, you can go to the database, and then you can go to tables here. And guys, this is being recorded, so I have to go in a little bit fast manner, because I need to also show you some other very important part of this. So if you cannot follow me, it's fine. It is all being recorded. So here I can create a simple table. So I'm creating a table here, since I'm logged in with the full admin rights on this database. So that is why you will only be able to log in. Now, in order to create table, in order to manage this DB, in order to do everything with the DB, this is done by Management Studio, and you cannot do this all from the portal. So this is number one. So once I'm here, it's saying that I'm about to create a table, that the table name is DBO table 1, and the column is, let's say, the column is name column. And in this column, it will be a character. Now, you don't have to know all this, because this is basically, so name and age, and then let's say an address, because I'm just making this. So address, and one more thing, ID. So we can take an ID, and ID is type of integer or number. So here, so let's say these fields. Okay. And so once this is done, I can save this table. So table name is employee. So table is created, and this will take a few minutes, and the table is created. Now the table is created. Now you won't see the table right here at the same time. What you need to do is refresh this. So once you refresh this, then here it will show you the employee table. And once the employee table is here, you can right click on that table, and you can click on the table, and then you can enter some data on this. So it's a bit slow. Why is it slow? Because remember that you're connecting to the Azure database from your internet. So be ready for at home. Even this might be slow. This might be slow from your home as well. Why? Because you're connecting to that database on the cloud. So here we need to go into. So here we can see I'm looking for the place where I can enter some data here. This is the design of the table. So it's just taking some time. Okay, so in the meantime, while this is taking time, how do we see that in Azure portal? So in order to see that in Azure portal, what we need to do, we need to go back to the database. So I am in the Azure portal. There are two things, server and the database. And within the database, we should be able to see that in the query editor. So within this, within here, I can go to query editor. And within the query editor, I can now basically log in to query editor right from here. I should be able to log in. So
yeah, I see my employee table.
You see your employee table in where on the query editor?
Azure portal on query table.
Okay, and 2, 3, 4. So we can go to the tables, and here we can see the employee table. And within the employee table, we can run a simple query from here and show only editor. Okay. So here we can see the columns right from here. We don't need to write any queries. Okay. So we can see all that. Okay, now among these, so basically the idea is to see the different connection between this. You don't need to know the SQL queries and how to add data to this. This is not our responsibility. Basically, our responsibility is to provide this infrastructure. So how many things do we have in SQL? We have SQL database, we have logical server, we have elastic pools, and within each database, we have these different options. There are options for Power BI. These are new options that are being added in Azure. This is for automation purposes. And the main purpose for this is to basically view the reports. So if you have hundreds of different tables like banking tables or hospital tables, then how do you see them? Now, if I can show you here, Power BI. Power BI is a separate, it's a new service. It's not a new service, but they are making it part of this. Power BI is used for analysis purposes. So if I
yes, and it's in every single second job they are asking for Power BI integration with it.
Yes, for sure, it is, but it's a full-fledged training in itself. So Power BI, once you have done with Power BI, it will show you graphs like these. So it will show you very realistic graph based on the data that you have in Azure. So this is made in Power BI, where you can see the graphs, and these graphs are not static graphs. These are dynamic graphs where you can click and choose and make changes. So that's why Power BI is basically very important. If you're an expert of Power BI, that will take you to another level. But here, they have just added it as a preview within the database properties. Before, we used to use that, but from the Power BI console, not from here. But here they just added it. So if somebody is an expert is in Power BI and Power Apps and Power Automation, then they can use it. But what is it used for? It is used for analysis, reports, and all that purposes for the database. Secondly, we in the configure in databases. So let's see what is in the configure. So within configure, it's the same thing. The pricing tier, you can change the tier right from here. And so within configure, they named it configure instead of pricing. So okay, so that's fine. And then the next one is geo-replication. And geo-replication is that if you want to have a second copy of your database elsewhere in another region. So for example, so for now your database is sitting here, and your database is so important that you want to keep a second copy of the database in maybe central US or maybe East US or in another region, maybe Canada Central. So you can do so by selecting here. Now, as soon as you select this option, it will ask you to create another server within that region. So for example, Central US, if you want to create a copy of this, then basically you will also need a target server over there. So which means that you need to have a new server in there, then you will be able to host the database. So I am going to create that geo replication option, but remember that this will cost the company. So here it might not cost us too much, but for sure there will be some cost. So I'm going to name this server as demo SQL Central US 001. So this is SQL server I'm going to use. Use the same username and password, and next. So what it does, it will create that logical server and it will start doing the replication. Whatever you have in this database, you can have it on the other side, and here you can select the tier. I'm going to go with this. And it will start the replication, and you can see the importance of this, that just with few clicks you have a replica copy sitting in another region across the continent. Throughout the globe, you can select many places. Now, what is it used for? It is used for application, because remember the databases are backend, they're used in the background of applications. Let's say it's a Google Map application, and Google Map definitely it has some sort of database, and Google Map is not only used in US, it is used throughout the world. It's used in Middle East, it is used in China, it is used in France, so on all other languages. So this type of option, the geo-replication option, is an excellent for a multi-tier and application that is used throughout the world. So just with few clicks, you created a second copy in another region. Of course, it's gonna charge. You will be charged for this, but yeah, you have a second live copy of this database. You also have connection strings. So these are connection strings for the database purposes, for DBAs to connect to this database from a program, from an application. So here you have all sorts of connection strings from ADO.NET. This is Java. This is ODBC, older type of databases. This is PHP, and this is Go. So these are all different strings that you can connection strings that you can provide to your developer, so that they can just copy this and put it in their program, and they are connected to the database. Then we have sync to other databases. If you need to sync it to some other database groups, you can create a sync group here as well. And within that, you need to create a database, and you also need to create a new database where you need to sync to. So, but the difference between geo replication and that this group exists within your own region. This has to be within your own region, but it's just another replication link to the database. Then you have AD Azure Search. You can make it part of AD Azure Search, which means that if you need to use this search with your application, then this is the option where you can add the AD search here. And this is done by PowerShell. This is, you cannot do it from here, but here it will show you that if that search is enabled or not. Within the properties, it shows you so that region deployment is succeeded. And so here it shows you the pricing tier. The online is the database is online. So collation is the version of the database. Okay, I still have to check that, but okay, so somebody said that it's a version of the database. It's fine. Server name is this. It's just the properties, and this is the lock on the database. We have seen that lock before. So if I lock it right here, nobody will be able to basically delete this unless this lock is off. Other than that, there is stream analytics, which is used for the analysis of this database. But then you need to so SQL database has integration with the Azure Stream Analytics to allow you to perform near real-time analytics on streaming data and create a job right in the database. So this is for analysis purposes. So the main thing that I wanted to show you here is auditing and dynamic data masking. So here auditing is used. Auditing, we all know that who has access to the database, who logged into the database, who deleted a record, and that all you can start auditing. And then you can start auditing. Audit destination can be your storage account. If you have a storage account, you can configure that, or you want directly it to be sent to the log analytics, your log analytics service if this is enabled. Log analytics service is not enabled by default. We have seen log analytics with storage account, with the virtual machine. So this is where you can have in-depth monitoring of the service, but you need to buy that service. Then you can connect to this. Then you have Event Hub as well. And Event Hub is that service where you also need to configure and store data, again for analytic purposes, but you need to buy that namespace where you can store that all information, and then connect it to the data lake servers where it can be further analyzed. Okay, where am I going to? So I am still on the database here, and within database, we have seen this. Yes, dynamic data masking. Dynamic data masking is that option in which you want to mask any data within your database. So for example, in your database, you will be having credit card stores. So credit cards, you want to mask like the first 14 characters and leave the last 4 characters of the credit card available. So this is where you can do add masks to the data. And then how do they use it? They will use it from within the program, and here the mask will be, it will look like this. So it will be all X. So that is dynamic data masking, and you can create rules and you can use it, but it has to be enabled right from here. Then you have advanced data security and transparent data encryption. So so this is called TDE, and here you have advanced data security, which is basically showing you the overall security center type of look in your database. So here it is showing you the high risk features, medium risk feature, and it's showing you the number as well. And it is providing you some recommendation that you can apply within this. So here it's saying that auditing should be enabled. It is high, and the server level firewall rule is here as well. Let's look at one of them here. So this is vulnerability assessment, and here it can scan and give you, so basically it is giving you the recommendation. Normally in the real environment, before applying these recommendation, we will go into more detail. So here it's giving you all this and also providing you some recommendation and providing you some assessments based on its own. So here auditing should be enabled at the server level, and server level firewall rules should be tracked and maintained and all that. But we don't apply these in the real environment. Before applying, you have to, you need to get down, I mean, you need to go into more detail before you can apply this, because if you apply these things, that can stop the legit traffic as well. Then we have DTE, which is data encryption. So data encryption. So remember that by default, all your data within Azure is encrypted. All the data that is sitting in Azure is all encrypted. The data sitting in the storage account, data sitting in the recovery vault, that is all encrypted. But if you enable this, so this will encrypt your database backups and logs at rest without any charges to your application and to encryption. Now, this is enabled by default. But if you want to switch that off, that is up to you. But who would switch that off? We don't switch that off. It is switched on. So the interview question is that do you have to encrypt data in SQL database? So your answer is it is encrypted by default, and there is an option where you can switch on and off. Then there are some performance overview, then alerts and metrics. Let's go into the server. So in the server, two things that we have already seen, and that is so there is failover groups for this, and you can add a failover group, primary and secondary service, just like normal failover cluster. But again, this will create a second node, and you will be charged for this. So how much failover group do you need? So you need to create a secondary server. It just works like a failover cluster. Definitely, in order to get a failover group, you need to have more servers available, and then you also need to specify more settings here. But this service is not free; it is paid.
You're saying yes. Failover, the SQL failover cluster?
No, this is you're in server. Yes, it will be. It will be. I mean, everything on this server, you are creating a group for this.
No, there is a SQL failover cluster, right? So it will make another, like a 2 server and cluster.
Exactly. It will create another secondary server as a cluster. And yeah, so it's a 2-node cluster. Okay, so it's not a 4-node, 8-node. It will be a 2-node cluster, but it will be, yeah, it will be live migration. So the storage will be common to both of the server. If one server goes down, the other server will be available.
So I can put one primary, one secondary, on one server, one server.
So no, you don't. I mean, so it's not as flexible as the normal clusters where you can change based on your own requirement. But here it will be just a 2-node cluster, a primary, and this server will be secondary. Whereas remember that here it's saying secondary. And then also you need to select the database, which databases you want to make a failover cluster of. I know what your confusion and your question is, because normally in a failover cluster, we have so many options to decide. There is quorum, there is witness disk and all. So here Microsoft made it very, very simple. So it's a highly available cluster. And in the background, they are providing you, remember that all the data is being stored in 3 different places. Because I'm sharing my real life experience with you, because we had a lot of discussion in our real environment when migrating the SQL cluster. And this cluster is highly, highly available. So if you get this option, it means that Microsoft is totally responsible for all types of failures. all types of failures, hardware failure, software failure, database failure. And in the background, they're keeping that redundant data for, 3 layers of redundant data. So, I mean, normally the question when you're creating a failover cluster, is it reliable enough? Is it reliable enough for my data? It's only a 2-node cluster. What if both node goes down? So according to Microsoft, this is not, it doesn't work like that. Once we enable this cluster, this will be protected by availability sets where you have fault domains and update domain. And then it is also protected with the data as well. And Microsoft is guaranteeing 99.999% availability with this. And of course, they will charge for this as well, but they are providing. So for us, all we need to do is to enable this service, create a second server. Once you create a server, it is saying, where do you want to create it? I want to create it in Canada Central. And here, once you create this, it will, I think, need to add the database from here. Okay, I need to give a name. So here there is something wrong. What is wrong? Something with this. Create. Oh, okay. I need to. No, okay. Yeah, I selected the same server. I can select the server that is sitting in the other region, or I can create a new server. Yeah. So I have to create a new server. So let's say this is demo secondary SRV01. And it's the same thing. I mean, it will just create another server and then create a failover group. Okay, so before going here, then we have seen.
Adnan, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Usually we create a failover cluster for RDM. Is it like a replacement? You can say that it is a replacement of real failover cluster RDM learn.
No. So, okay, so RDM is different concept. RDM is raw device mapping. It's a different concept. Okay, so, I mean, I know where your question is coming from. So we have RDMs, we have shared storage, we have SAN storage, and then we connect. So yes, so to answer your question, it is a replacement of failover cluster. Yes. And it will be just a 2-node cluster with availability and with high availability assurance provided by Microsoft. And you know, you're asking all of the right questions, because when people are migrating their 4-node cluster into Azure with this 2-node cluster, they're all worried. They all ask these questions that, do you really, really guarantee that type of high availability for our databases as we have in 4-node or 8-node cluster? So yes, this 2-node cluster will be absolutely reliable. And we are using that in the real environment. Okay, and okay, so here we have then we have DTU quota, we have properties, we have logs and auditing. So within the firewall, we can select rules, advanced networking. And so, okay, so that's, so here we'll review that quickly tomorrow as well. And I will create a few videos on different variations of creating these databases and working with that. Today we worked with 3 things here. So we created a database. We also created a elastic pool, and I will create an elastic pool. Elastic pool is nothing but a pool of resources that you can use. So for example, if I go into elastic pool In the Elastic Pool, I can add now many other databases. So here the significant part is overview and everything is same. Within the quick start, it will also same managed by SDK or managed by the management studio. Other than that, in the config, there is a place where we can add the databases. Database resource utilization is the same. Okay, so in order to add databases to this, so we need to add the database when creating the database. Actually, this is here. Where's that option to create a database? I think when we create a database, then we can make it part of the Elastic Pool. Yeah.
It is on the screen.
It's on the screen, right? So maybe I'm, yeah, maybe I'm not looking at it. So create database right here, this one.
No, add database, it was there.
No,
in the
yeah.
configure.
You mean here?
Yes, databases. And then add.
Yeah, we can add a new database, but I was thinking that where can we add existing database?
If you
Oh
click
yeah,
add databases,
maybe from here, maybe from here. Yeah, right here. Okay, that's excellent. So yes, it's an Elastic Pool, and from here we can add databases. Right. So guys, I will share with you few more lab videos, and I will share with you. So tomorrow we have Active Directory. And after that, next week or maybe tomorrow, let's see if we can go through Active Directory and finish that. And we'll go through then monitoring and maintenance is the last chapter. And then I will provide you with the custom lab. So custom lab, you will be able to go through the custom lab if you finished all of the video labs. So I would say that please complete all of the video labs and also the container labs that I've just added. In order to complete the custom lab will be overall instructions to make a build an environment within Azure. So for that you need practice, you need to complete the video labs.
अच्छा, आप जिक्र कर रहे थे कि वो एक्सटर्नल बैलेंसिंग और इंटरनल बैलेंसिंग अलग है, तो मैंने जब बताया तो आप बोले थे वो एक्सटर्नल बैलेंसिंग, इंटरनल बैलेंसिंग क्या है?
So your question is about load balancing, right?
Correct.
Right. So load balancing is of two types, which is external load balancer and internal load balancer. But when we configure here, it is just one load balancer. But when you go to the documentation, and if I can show you the documentation, in documentation, the easiest way to go to documentation is right here. In documentation, there are two types of load balancers, which is internal and external load balancer. So how do you go to this documentation right from, okay, let me bring it to. So the only difference that you need to remember between internal and external load balancer is managed with public IP address, and internal load balance is managed with private IP address. That's the only difference. There is no other difference.
लेकिन अपन जब load balancer create करते हैं, it creates public IP. We have to say no there.
Yeah. So you're right. The question is that where do you make the difference? So the difference when you make is right here. So if I create a new load balancer and I select a public IP address, then it will become a public load balancer. And when I select it to be a private IP address right here. So here it's saying, internal or external. Yeah, this is where it gives you that option. So if you select it as a public, then you have to buy a public IP address. But if you select as internal, then it won't give you a public IP address. It will be your VNet and your normal IP address, internal
Subnets,
IP address.
Yeah. Okay, got it. मैं try करूँगा.
Okay, excellent, excellent, guys. Please
Yeah,
finish
thank
all
you.
of the
And
labs. Yes.
Adnan sir, can you please upload the videos to YouTube as well? Today's videos were on Facebook, that's fine. But like if you have everything on YouTube, that's really gonna be helpful, you
Yes,
know.
yes. You know, the problem is that I upload everything in on YouTube, but somehow some of the videos are not going there. Maybe because of their size or something. But I was not able to complete the upload. But I will try that again. But that's why I'm uploading in both places, so that if it is not available there, you can. But I will try to have it in one location though.
अच्छा एक और
Thank you
ब्रदर
so
अदनान
much.
वो
You're
एक
welcome.
एक जगह वो गेटवे का था कि मतलब सबनेट्स तो ऐड करते हैं पर वहां पर एक गेटवे भी था व्हाट इज दैट इफ यू गो टू लाइक vnet and then there are subnets and there is something called gateway what is that
Yes.
for
So about the gateway is that when you create a VNet, then and if it is a gateway subnet, which means that it's a subnet that is connecting to your on-premises network. So if it is connecting to your on-prem network,
okay I got it
so oh yes, I have to share with you the quiz as well. Architecture and Azure. So I just wanted to show the purpose of a gateway. So if a subnet is specially for the gateway, then that subnet cannot have anything else. So right here. So in this picture, this is a gateway subnet, this one. So if you create a subnet that will have a gateway that will act as a gateway, this subnet can only be a gateway. It cannot have any other machine inside. So that's the thing. So when you create a subnet, there is an option to enable a gateway. When you enable it as a gateway in that subnet, you cannot install virtual machines. Right. So guys, in the custom lab, I will give you a picture architecture like this, and then you'll have to build it. So for example, in this picture, how many things do we know? We know like there is on-premises network. There is
screen
an
को बड़ा करें जरा
so screen, I will make this screen bigger. So right here. So on this screen, there is an express route here between on-prem and your Azure network, number one. You already know that. And then it's a hub and spoke topology. So this is hub network, and these are two spokes here, which is going back to your internal network. Then there is VNet peering, which means that they're all in the same region, and you are connecting this VNet to this VNet and this VNet. And then there is a jump box. So it doesn't, so this in this architecture, they're not using Bastion. They're just using a simple jump box with subnets. This is manually, this is your DMZ and manually managed DMZ, which is, and then it is protected by NSG here. I think you all can understand and read through this. Are you?
we करा भी express route कैसे create करेंगे
Express route, you know, express route, yeah, express route, we cannot test that, and express route, we don't create that. Express route is created, and your question is valid. I mean, I mean, it's so innocent question. How do we create an express route? So express route is basically created with the help of ISPs. So if I need to create an express route, it's exactly like you want to get your internet connection at home. So who do you connect to? You will call Rogers. Somebody will come and configure that cable. And think of this as an express route between your on-prem to Azure, which means from Microsoft Data Center, they will need to connect to some exchange, then that connects to another exchange, then that connects to your local exchange, and from there it connects to your office. So creating an express route, I mean, you're talking like maybe $200,000 dollars in going in. I mean, I mean, that's how expensive it can be. And in order to configure that, there are so many people involved. Number three, and that's the most important one, we are not responsible for this. This is the network architect who will be responsible for this. Even I am a cloud architect. They even don't let me go near this express route, and I'm happy with that. I don't want to go near express route because this is not my responsibility, number one. And this is a very heavy responsibility. If express route goes down, it means that there is no connection between all your employee and all your data. So these guys, I mean, these guys go through real tough time working with the express route. So the good thing is not our responsibility.
So maybe ये express route वाले तो वही होते होंगे Cisco वाले.
Right, exactly. If Cisco plus ISP plus their guys, the networking guys on premises. Okay, everyone, this is all for today, and I will share with you the videos. If you have any questions, let me know. There are many people. I mean, you all ask questions. That's excellent. Some people don't ask questions. I suppose that I mean, getting information from all other questions as well. Everyone is welcome to ask any questions anytime, even a simplest question. This is a training session and we all need help. So no question is, a basic question. You need to ask anything at all. Okay, so Managemant is saying you need help with the management server. Do you want to share your screen here? And then we can help you out with this. So all you need to do is just click the share on your screen and then your screen will be shared. Okay, excellent. So now we can see your screen, and it's the biggest, the biggest SQL connect to server screen I've ever seen. But I think this is zoomed in. So okay, you just shared this error message. That's why it's looking big. So here we can see that you are trying to connect to your test server, number one. And okay, hold on. Change the authentication
It's
to
this
Active
SQL
Directory.
authentication. Yeah, it has to be.
Change it to Active Directory password. Right, and now provide the path. So guys, this reminds me, are you guys working in groups? Remember that we created any groups? Are you guys working in groups?
Actually, we are having the lab sessions all together. We are working. Whoever is interested, they just join the labs.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So every day or kind of every other day?
Depends upon the demand, supply demand.
Okay, that's excellent. So now, Managemant, it's saying
I got the same error message.
Right. And what was your solution?
Password expired.
No solution.
No, there is solution, guys. There is a solution for this. So the solution for this.
Yeah, you told me to remove it and then install it back. Uninstall and install.
No. Not that solution. The solution is that with this Chris user, can you close this, please? So when you close this error message, this user with Chris, you need to log into the portal and create a new password. So this is why it's saying password is expired.
From the query.
Well, I did create a new password anyways.
No. Okay. So you logged into the portal and then you created a new password and then came back. Still, it gave you the password expired?
Yeah. No, the password expired. It gave me error that it won't load me.
No. Atif, this specific error message was clearly saying, I mean, in your case, the error seems like this, but on this screen, I can see it's saying password is expired. So Managemant, all you need to do is open a new portal and just go to portal.azure and then log in with Chris. Oh.
आते सब आप नया यूजर क्रिएट करें इंशाल्लाह हो जाएगा.
Yeah, I have to like do the lab like from the beginning, so hopefully it will work.
Okay, so you're logged in with Chris on this. Are you? No, you're not. So, okay, so go to another portal. You have 4 portals open. Just go to any one of them. Okay, and then from your user ID right on the top right, just click on your username and just say sign in with a different user. And now log in with, use another one and log in with Chris. Yeah, you can copy that. So yeah, so this step is required. So you can use your current password, just paste the same password.
Control V.
Yeah, and give your own password. Yeah, any password that you like. Okay, so yeah, just use any other. Okay, you can use your own unique password, anything. Okay, now you can go back to Management Studio. So that is fine till here. So go back to Management Studio and now try to log in. So is it on your other screen so that we cannot see?
It's working, Jazakallah. It's working.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, excellent. So anyone has any other question? Otherwise, this is all for today, everyone.
Thank you very much for all the help on that.
Okay, you're most welcome. Thank you for your patience, everyone. And I know these are long sessions, but we need to get the best out of this time, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay.
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 Have a good night.
See you tomorrow, guys. Okay. Assalamu
Bye.
alaikum.
Wa alaikum.